Bogus, meaning non-authentic, not proper, bogus. Now is about the time when everybody's able to come on in, join the live, and whatever else may be. So I'm gonna run this hot from here. Absolutely. Blue over there, green right there. I'm gonna go over what I mean by bogus. I'm going to talk about what I consider bogus Moors and how I'm able to identify these bogus Moors. And by identifying these bogus Moors, how I'm able to separate myself from these bogus Moors. Right? First and foremost, any Moor that tells you that the name was Timothy and that he was from North Carolina, right? In these days, knowing that we have the census, knowing that we have Ancestry.com, right, which can show us what the dilly really was and is, niggas are bogus. Timothy Drew from North Carolina was an assumed name given by the prophet to those people who at that time were so superstitious in their thoughts that Noble Drew Ali felt it necessary for the protection of his own particular ancestry to not tell his Moors of that time where he was born or who his parents were. So he told you that he did not tell you where he was born, right, in order to protect his own personal information. I personally found out that he was born in Norfolk, Virginia. As a matter of fact, he was born, the address is 411 Princess Anne, Norfolk, Virginia. Right? That's where he was born. I have the address. And I have a further correlation that Noble Drew Ali was born in Norfolk, Virginia, from the ship manifest of him returning with C. Kirkman Bay to Key West, Florida, from the Pan American Conference. And it says Drew Ali, Norfolk, Virginia, January 8th, 1886. All right. So that's the first thing. Nothing major, right? That ain't too major, right? But then the next thing that we have, you got people telling you that Drew Ali went to Egypt. Drew Ali never said that he went to Egypt. There is a newspaper article in which Noble Drew Ali at that particular time was living at 181 Warren Street, right? And he took out an ad in the newspaper and he said that I am a Muslim, etc., and that he has studied under the Egyptian adept priests, so to speak, right? That he learned all the adept information from the Egyptian priests. Okay? So he didn't say that he went to Egypt, right? And then furthermore, if you want to go back to the old Canaanite temple, the old Canaanite temple was not established by Jirali. It was established by Abdul Hamid Suleiman, who was a Sudanese Egyptian high priest, who established the old Canaanite temple in Newark, New Jersey, and he also established mosques in New York. All right? But you got these weirdos out here who would tell you that Noble Drew Ali went to Egypt and he went into the deepest chamber, the innermost chamber of the Sphinx, and as a child, and he came out, and the people knew that he was a prophet. Man, there's no evidence in that bullshit. Drew Ali told you that he was taught by the Egyptian masters, by Egyptian adepts. That's what he told us. And Drew Ali, he paid homage to the old Canaanite temple that was established by who? By an Egyptian adept high priest. Okay? So Noble Drew Ali never went to Egypt. Egypt came to America, and himself, along with others, got in line, studied, was verified, qualified, and then he took this message right to the Moorish Americans. All right. Another, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I got people that I love in my circle who fall under this particular next category, right? But I'm not here I'm not here to convince anybody of anything other than what that which truly is, right? So you got Moors out here who say Moors don't have names, we have titles, right? And they have gone so far as to remove their surnames, right? And so now some of them may have their birth first name, right? And then no surname, but they'll have a title, right? As an example, we'll say, just give you an example, like John Bay, right? You've got people out there who basically sold their birthright for a morsel of bread, right? Another way to find these people out, right? And this one right here always, it makes me laugh almost, right? You'll have some people say, all right. You'll have some people say, they'll be like, what's your name? They'll say, I don't have a name. And they'll say this shit right here. My appellation. My appellation. This is not information that was used in this Moorish movement. It's not necessary for me to go on, especially when Drew Ali tells you don't get rid of your last names. He didn't say don't get rid of your last appellation. And if Drew Ali said that we had last names and surnames, then Moors have names. right? This is another one, man. Excuse me. Okay, we have the obvious. You have Moors that say that, we're not Americans, right? Weirdos. We're Moorish American, yet somehow we're not American. Right? The weirdo shit, right? This one here really gets me. Because the people who talk like that, my appellation, they try to press that upon you. They really want you. If you ask them what their name is, they're really going to sit there or stand there in defiance. They're going to stand there in defiance, right? As if you've disrespected or somehow have altered their reality, right? These are the people some of these people truly believe, right, that they are following Drew Ali, yet they are making all of these assertions that are not in accordance, right? So, let me show y'all, right? Let me give y'all an example real quick, right? So, this is what Drew Ali did in his movement. He was born Thomas Drew. That is his name. Okay? That is his name. Can y'all see that? Yeah, y'all can see that. Right? That is his name. Can y'all see that when I move here? I hope so. His name was Thomas Drew. What he did in order to do professional business, right? He had his title, which was noble, which is synonymous with honorable, your honor, right? Noble, and then it was not for him personally. He didn't do this, right? I'll show you. So what he did was last name and then religious title. Okay? That's how we get Noble Drew Ali, right? Drew is his name, right? He also had his members do the same thing, right? So we have Edward Mealy, right? The brother was born Edward Mealy, right? But he received his title of Grand Sheik, right? And then it was E. Mealy, and then Il, or L. Mealy L. Right? Drew Ali stopped us from using the first name professionally. You walk into a doctor's office right now, you ain't going to call him Dr. Philip. You're going to call him Dr. last name. Right now, the president, most people don't say President Donald. Do they? No, they say President Trump. The use of the last name is professional. Okay? I'll show you one of the deserters, right? James Lomax. All right? When Noble Drew Ali's organization was first incorporated as a civic organization, right? The brother's name was James Lomax on the document, right? But then, whenever it became a religious organization, right, we knew him as J, if at all, Lomax Bey. Do you notice that the last names stick, right? But like I said, you have these Moors out here, and I'm going to just write some examples, right, off the top of my head. And again, this shows you that people have deviated, right, from what he brought. And they're still trying to use his name, even though they've deviated, right? Notice Ras Mariah Bey has a first name and a title, no last name. But she was born Rosemary Quarles, right? So she would be R. Quarles Bey. But she also has that V at the end of RV Bey, because that's who this is, right? And I think the V stands for, it may stand for Veracruz, right? Or Velasquez or something like that, right? It might even be Vizcarrando. But nonetheless, she abandoned, right? We got a Kush Day. I don't know if the brother's first name is Kush, so I can't argue that. But he has a title that's not even acknowledged in the Moorish Divine and National Movement. Right? We've got a Cosmo L. They're abandoning the last name altogether. Again, I don't know if the brother's name is Cosmo or not. I don't know. But he's definitely abandoned the last name, right? Taj, Tariq Bey, right? These are not the names that they were born with, most likely. And each one of these individuals have left their last name. Jurali didn't leave his last name or abandon it, right? He wasn't over there talking about your last name is a slave name, you know, and to get rid of it. No, he told the Moors, according to some oral statements, that do not get rid of your last names because you have birthrights under them. All right, let me show y'all some more. Shit. I can write a whole bunch of people up there, to be honest with you, right? What I've seen lately is we have the Ali, we have the Bey, and the L, right? These are the titles that Noble Drew Ali introduced to the people. Right? Now we have Owls, Days, Pasha, Maharaja, Effendi, Suleiman, Muhammad, right, etc., etc. None of these None of these were introduced into Drew Ali's movement. All right, Drew Ali learned from a Solomon just as much as Marcus Garvey learned from a Muhammad, Deuce Muhammad Ali. In the Muhammad Ali, he was an Ali. Deuce Muhammad was an Ali. Right? I know that the one that's called Nathaniel Pleasant Bay, who put Jeff Fort L in prison, right? He goes by Elihu. That's not his title, but that's what he chooses. He's Elihu Nathaniel Pleasant Bay, right? This is where I found out. This was my first pointing. My first. This was the first time that I recognized that someone was identifying Drew Ali with Norfolk, Virginia, because he set up his organization, right, which is not the Moorish Science Temple of America, but he set up his organization in Norfolk, Virginia, that he may be closer to the birthplace of Noble Drew Ali. All right, I'm not knocking any of these, but I'm letting y'all know that these are the ones that were Ali, Bey, and L. Right? I know for a fact that Drew Ali was also known, and how do I know? Because I got the records. I did all my studying, right? I did all my research. Drew Ali was known as Ali, Drew, Ali, E-L-I, which E-L-I is the same as A-L-I. One is Arabic. One is not even Hebraic, because Drew Ali stayed away from the Jewish concept altogether. So this would be Aramaic, right? And this E-L-I is spelled like, oh shit, can you see it? No. Can't see it. Oh, yeah. Let me show. This is how you spell E-L-I. Okay? Which is no different than A-L-I. Right? We've got one. You got one in this language. And then you've got the same thing in another language. They both mean most high. They're both literally pronounced Ali. Drew Ali did go through a Jewish, if you will, studies early on in his preparedness. All right. Okay. So when you hear these Moors who say, yeah, I am, here you go. Here's another way to identify those Moors who don't know anything. They do not follow the Moorish ideology as the way Noble Drew Ali presented, right? You'll see some old shit like this. you'll see some old ignorant, weird ass shit, right? All right, yeah, all right. Where they have a double title, right? And they'll even tell you some old dumbass shit like, oh, these are my tribes. No, the fuck they're not. No, if they are tribes, then that means that two or more groups of people came together to make a nation, which is fine. But again, you got people who want to deal in tribalism. There is no El Bey. They mean the same thing. Okay? To say El Bey would be like me saying in Arabic Sharif and then saying in English Sheriff. I am Sheriff. I am Sharif. Just because they're spelled differently and it doesn't mean that these are the same things. The L's, the Bays, the Ollie's, all of these titles mean Most High. That's all you have the Most High out front. That's all. There is no El Bay. That's like saying doctor. And this is some new concept. When I came into this movement back in 2012, I fell victim to this. I thought I was an El Bay. I thought that's how I first saw it. I was a Maru Khan El Bay. I got rid of my whole name. Or at least I thought I did. Right? Running around here, I'm American El Bay from the Moors tribe, and this is Northwest of Maxim. Shut the fuck up. That's not how this goes. I'm talking from experience. Right? There is no need for this El Bay. We are not the mound builders. All right? We're not the mound builders. We're they call her Empress Variasi, right? Well, she was a bullshitter. How do we know she was a bullshitter? Let me tell you how I know she was a bullshitter. So she traces her lineage, supposedly, back to Drew Ali, supposedly, right? Supposedly she got all this land, right? Because she says that noble Drew Ali was born into a Cherokee tribe. The Cherokee tribe? So he was an American Indian? No, the fuck he wasn't. And they say that he was born to John Washington and Eliza Turner or Eliza Tunica, right? In North Carolina. Drew Ali was not born in North Carolina. Drew Ali was born in Norfolk, Virginia. So there's no way that he could be aligned with John D. Washington of the Cherokee Nation or Eliza Turner. He was not born in North Carolina. Now, I know after looking at my own ancestry that this same thing happened, right, in my own genealogy or lineage, in which one portion says that my people are from Georgia, and the other portion says that my people are from Alabama. I know for a fact my people are from Alabama, not Georgia. So there was something was going on, right? Drew Ali is not from North Carolina. Again, he was from 411 West Princess Anne Avenue, Norfolk, Virginia. I've given you the address. I'm literally giving you the address of his birthplace. But again, you've got these people out here who are trying to connect themselves in any way, shape, fashion, or form to the movement, but then they want to direct you away from what the movement was established for and who it was established for. When you hear these Moors out here talking about it's my appellation, and they're talking about America is Morocco and all that shit, That's not from him. You can't find that anywhere in his literature that he identified the Americas, North America, right, as Morocco. Yes, you can. Look in the 101s. Let's look at the 101s real quick. We're going to look at the 101s. And if you know what the 101s are, they are 101 questions and answers related to the Holy Quran of the Moor Science Temple of America, which means that you should find this information as well in the Holy Quran. So I already know where it's at. All right, there goes that. Now let's go to the 101s, all right? They're literally called 101 Quran questions for Moorish Americans. You're supposed to look at these 101 questions, and somewhere in the 48 chapters of the religious doctrine, you're supposed to be able to compare that information, with the 101s with the actual circle set. Wait a minute. All right. That's the last chapter of that. There you go. I'm like, I know it's here. All right. It says, all right, cool. It says, we're going to start with 30. What was the nationality of Ruth? Ruth was a Moabitess. What is the modern day name for Moabites? Moroccans. Mind you, we're descendants of Moroccans. We're not Moroccan born. All right? All right. He says, what is the modern 32? Where is the Moroccan Empire? Right? It says northwest of Mexico. Then it says, what is the modern name for a Mexican? It says Africa, right? All right. Chapter 47. Right? Because these are 101 Quran questions. So chapter 47 of the Holy Quran of the Moor Science Temple of America. Egypt, how about that? That's why you hear a lot of them trying to tell you that we're in Egypt now. Whatever. We brought this information to these lands. All right? But anyway, it says Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. Right? And it goes on and says the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. All right? The Moabites are Canaanites. They came out of Canaan. Guess who else are Canaanites? The Israelites. They came out of the land of Canaan. Guess who else? Right? The Edomites. Guess who else? The Hittites. Guess who else? The Amorites. But don't take my word for it, right? All right. 2, old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. So the origin of these Moorish Americans, these people, is not Africa. It's not Africa. It's literally Asia. Because Jerusalem and Jordan and all of that, that's on the Asian portion of that land. That's not on the African portion. All right? That is northeast of Egypt. All right. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means, you know what? Oh no, I already took it down for itself. It says, which is means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amaxum, the first true and divine name of Africa, right? We just saw that, right? We were just asked about Ruth the Moabitess. What was her nationality, right? What is the present? What is the modern name for the Moabites, Moroccans, right? And what is a Maxim? What is the new name? What is the most current name for for a Maxim? Excuse me. They said Africa, right? It says that too here, chapter 47. It says, this is the dividing of the land between the Father and the Son. For the dominion of Cush, North and Southeast Africa. So mind you, they came out of Asia, out of the Holy Lands, right? Into Egypt and all up there in the northern shores of North Africa, right? All right. He says the dominion of Cush was North and Southeast Africa, and his father's dominion was North and Southwest Africa. So the Moorish Americans who we come out of Ham, not Cush, because Ham came towards America. Cush went back towards Asia. That's what this is telling us so far. Hold on. It says, in later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. Are we in America yet? We're not even in America yet. But you got these Moors out here telling you that this is... They're telling you that somehow America or Morocco as an empire by itself just excuse me. They're telling you that Maxim was at Africa. They're telling you America is Africa. Drew Ali never told you that America was Africa. Drew Ali's information is telling you that the North Africans and the Asiatics, right, out of the land of Canaan, who received permissions of the pharaohs of Egypt, right, to establish, to form themselves kingdoms, they came, and it's going to tell you, they came here to America. They came to America. All right. It says the Moabites from the land of Moab. Do you know that the land of Moab, again, it's up there near the Jordan River, right? It's up there near Syria, right? It's on the Eurasian area of the continent, right? Or of the globe, right? It says the Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. So the Moabites who came out of the land of Canaan came into Egypt, received permission to go as far as Morocco, and establish themselves a kingdom. Okay. That's what it says here. That's not what I'm saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. He says they were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. Morocco is in Africa, by the way. As a country, as a kingdom, right? Because we formed ourselves kingdoms too, right? But this is the Moroccan Empire, right? Egypt is the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa, and the Moroccan Empire is underneath the Egyptian Empire. Coordinate is. Anywho, It says, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. So the Moabites came seeking new homes. It found themselves as far west of Egypt as the shores of North Africa, and even look, I'm getting ahead of myself. Hold on. 7. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa, right? This is all of them, the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites. It says their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across the great Atlantic, or Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America. Did Drew Ali just call Africa America or call America Africa? No. No. Drew Ali was not a Pan-Africanist. He was a Pan-Americanist. All right? Listen. He says, their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast to southwest Africa across the great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, right? Before the great earthquake which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. So that means that according to Moore's doctrine, right, according to him and how he brought this information, Moorish Americans are to understand that we came over here. We came over here. We brought it over here to America. All right? There were already people here in America. There were already people here in America. Drew Ali is saying that the Moors and all of these other groups of what we consider to be today Muslims, right? They all came over here. They spanned out to all four corners. You can find Islamic relics all over the planet, no matter where you're at, that are ancient. All right. Anywho, let's get back to it real quick, right? The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with corresponding surrounding kingdoms. Now, you know what? Something just popped up in my head, right? But I can't say that this really happened. So there's supposed to be a statement, right, or a narration where Noble Drew Ali was walking somewhere in Chicago, right, and he picks this pole up and he tells the Moors around him, right, that an African Egyptian, the Queen of Sheba, right, or somebody to that effect, right, that this was where they were. I can't find that information and tell you that's right and exact. I know for a fact that Noble Drew Ali learned Egyptian information from an Egyptian Sudanese person who came to America. So I can't tell you that Egypt was in America, literally. All right. But remember, right, everything that came out of Africa was under the Egyptian rule. And so if it made it to the Americas, yes, it's going to have the Egyptian concepts, or what we pinpoint to Egypt. Look at the Great Plains. Look at the what is that? The Grand Canyon, right? That it's there, right? There's evidence of Gnostic practitioners that have Egyptian concept, even with the term Mayat, right? And then you get the Mayan people, the Mayan people, right? In the Latin language, the term Mayate, right, is given to dark-skinned people.
by certain Latin people, right? A mayate is a little black, it's a scarab, it's a dung beetle. Well, we know in Egyptian culture, the dung beetle, right? That's the beetle that you see. It's the mayate. It's the mayat. Hey. From mayat, from Mayan, we get Miami, Maya, right? Anywho, let's get back to it, right? The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. And also the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward. So remember, the Niger River extends eastward from the river Nile, westward across the great Atlantic. It says that it was used for trade and transportation. Number 9, it says, according to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. And again, this is why he pays homage to the old Canaanite temple, because this is where he got his beginning. All right? Drew Ali was not out here talking about America's Africa. Was my whole point. Because you got people who will try to argue that in the 101 questions he makes reference to a maxim. A maxim extended over here. But it came from Africa. It didn't come from America. Right? We're all supposed to be from the land of Canaan, the land of Canaan. They said, I hear some people say that Canada is the land of Canaan. Sounds great. Sounds good. Possible. Right? Possible. Possibly is just mirroring. Since this is all we knew when we were in Africa, right? And we went all across the land, perhaps this is why all these other areas are named after such. The name America is Al-Mashiach, Al-Mashiach, America. Ameshi is A-M-E-X-I. Amexim, they don't even pronounce it. It's not even a Maxim, it's Ameshim. 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 American. American, right? All of these things that were over there are over here. We brought it over here. Now, mind you, according to the information that he gave us, there were people who came over here from the Holy Lands before the Atlantic Ocean was an ocean. So he's stating that there was a time when that water was not there and it was just a landmass. All right? And those Moroccan people, right, that northwest African diaspora, those are the people who are literally right next door to America. So can you imagine if there was a land bridge already and these Moroccans said, hey, we're going to America to establish ourselves kingdoms. Right? Man, this brother was a Pan-American. Do we understand? Pan means all-encompassing, right? Pan-American. Yeah, Pan-Africanists. I guess Pan-Europeanists, if you will. Pan-Asianists, maybe. Right? But Drew Ali was a Pan-American. And what he was doing was he was gathering up the Afro-Asiatics, or more correctly, the Afro-Europeans. your Asiatics of America to come back together here in America and do fucking good business. He was not telling anybody go back over there. He's saying, remember that that's where you came from because you're the descendant of a Moroccan. You always have that bloodline, but you are born in America. Your citizenship, your homeland, you were born in America. You were not born in Africa. You were not born in Asia. Drew Ali was talking to the Syrians, the Arabs, the Egyptian, the Sudanese. He was talking to all the Afro-Asiatics. Come, all of y'all, get together and help me teach my people. Who don't realize that they're from this diaspora and that they are the children of the mothers and fathers who brought that shit. And that this is their homeland. The Moorish America, I'm born over here. I have right of claim over here. Right? You might hear some American Indians say something to the effect of, we've been here so long, we don't know when our ancestors got here. Yeah, I like that. That's the concept, right? The Moorish Americans have been in America so long, right, that they don't know. They can't tell you, even though Drew Ali is telling you, right? For some reason, they still can't seem to tell you when their ancestors were here. Bogus Moors, y'all. Bogus Moors. I'm tired of it. You feel me? That's why I'm even speaking on it, because I'm tired of these bogus motherfuckers, right? And then here's another way that you'll know these bogus ass Moors, right? Bogus. They will act as if they are scholars. They act like they are scholars. All right? And when you're like myself and you haven't just been in the movement, but you've been observing, right? You've been looking at things from different angles, right? You've been changing your mind according to the information that comes in rather than not changing your mind and holding on to things that you like to hear, right? These people come out here, they act like they are scholars and they don't be knowing shit. They don't. When you hear these Moors out here, like it's morphed into there was a time when you just had Moors out here, right? Like Taj and all of them, right? And they would be like, yeah, we're not more-ish American, we're more Americans. You know, right? Trying to change the diaspora, right? And distinguish themselves from the Moorish Americans, right? And now you got Moors who are totally telling you, hey, we're not Moroccan, we're not Moorish, we're Moroccan. You know, Moorish American is not a real thing. Right? But mind you, right? If Drew Ali, and to be honest with you, if Abdul Hamid Suleiman, right, did not come to America and establish the old Canaanite temple and several other Mohammedan Freemasonic mosques in New York, right, of which Noble Drew Ali found himself a student and a graduate of, right? None of these dudes would even be out here talking about they Moors. They wouldn't know anything about the Moors. You know, they want to tell you, oh yeah, they called us black Moors. Well, if there were black Moors, there were white Moors too, nigga. Because black is the adjective. Right? And another thing, right? This is how you know they're fraudulent, right? And I see it and I hear it a lot, right? They will boast about, I'm not black, Negro, color, right? They'll tell you, right? Because this is what Ali brought to them. We're not Negroes. blacks, coloreds, Ethiopians, right? We're not any Christian property whatsoever, right? They'll tell you that, right? And then they'll tell you, oh, my nationality or my race is Asiatic. Or they'll say it's Moor, right? I've heard people tell you if you're going to do business and you're filling out the application, when it asks for your race, your ethnicity, you got to mark it in, write it in. If it's not there, you got to put it there. Nigga, shut the fuck up. All right, check this out. And this is just for those of you who may not have heard this yet from me, right? Are we? Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me show you. They'll tell you that your race is something other than what's already here for you. All right. They tell you they're not black or African American, right? Look, this is the ethnicity and race form, right? They tell you they're not black or African American, right? They tell you that. Uh-oh, what did I do? Okay. All right, they would tell you they're not black, Negro, color, right? Because that means, and then they'll even point out to you, right, that it means a person having origins of any of the black racial groups of Africa. They'll bring to mind, they'll point out the fact that every other category has original peoples, right? Original peoples, right? Original peoples, right? They'll point all of that out, right? But then when you look at this classification of white and you see that it has North African there, they don't tell you that they're white. They tell you they're not black, but won't then say, yeah, we're white. Islam. They do this because they don't know. They're not but they act like scholars, yo. They act like scholars. Like they know what they're talking about. And miss the whole point and try to use him and his movement for their front. It's a front. He didn't bring that shit. He didn't bring that. Drew Ali told you that you're North African. On that ethnicity and race form, right? We see Europeans under the white class. We know that these are European descendants in America. The Greek, the Italian, the English, right? The Grecians, the whatever the case may be. These are European descendants in America. Right? Why are they European Americans? Why are they Italian Americans? Right? Because they are descendants of Italians and born in America. Not that they're out here talking about America is Italy. These Moors have lost they fucking rabbit ass minds, man. 100. You just want to make your way on down there, huh? Be nosy, huh? You just want to be nosy? Because you can be seen, bro. With all due respect. All right. Okay. Let me see. All right, we got 4,000 hearts. I appreciate y'all with that, right? So, if you're not black, Negro, colored, and remember, he even said Ethiopian.
Ethiopian is over there in the African diaspora, right? He's telling you you're not those people, right? And he's also telling you a divine warning by the prophet for the nations. Jurali is mentioning that if all of these all these Eurasians, right, whose descendants are born in America, have to declare their religion and nationality before this constitutional government of the United States of America. These are his words, right? He says that law, it is no more than right that law be forced upon all other American citizens alike, right? So he mentioned Europeans and Middle Easterners, right? And even Asians, right? And again, when we look at that form, race, ethnicity, right? And we look at white, right? White says a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Why aren't these niggas saying that they're white? Here goes another one for you. These fake ass scholars, yeah? These fake scholars, yeah? They're fake. They're bogus. They're bogus. Back to the 101 questions, right? I think it is number 90. All right. So, number 90. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? Right? And the answer is no. Then it says, number 91. Why? The answer, because a man is made in the image and after the likeness of God, Allah. All right? Y'all caught that? Man is made in the likeness and after the image of God. This is why man cannot be black, right? All right. Number 93, right? Because number 92 just says, what title does Satan, the lowest self, give himself? God. Okay. It says 93. Will you define white? White means purity. Purity means God. Man cannot be black because man is made in the image and after the likeness of God, right? And white means purity, and purity means God, which means that God is what race? White. Not black, but white. Right? It says, and God means ruler of the land. So the white status, because you're not black, Negro, colored, or Ethiopian, right? You're not that African. You have to be the other African. There's a designation for North Africans on the race and ethnicity. It's white. Man is made in the image and after the likeness of God. And that is the reason why man cannot be black, Negro, colored, or Ethiopian. God is white, nigga. Fuck out of here, man. God is the governor. It's the mind state. It's the organized state of mind. It is pure. Right? Like right now, this is blackened, right? But now it is back and it is pure again. It's no longer blemished. It's pure. It's without blemish, so to speak. White. White don't mean that your skin tone is pale or none of that.
But again, you got all of these wannabe gurus out here taking your money, right? Leading your ass. I'm speaking whether they're inside of the organizations or not. People are misleading you. Because what I just explained to you about the black versus white, you don't even hear that in the temples, man. You do not hear that. You hear all of this jibber jabber. We're Moorish Americans, cool. What's your fucking race, nigga? Our race is not black, Negro, or colored. You're North Africans, right? Right. Why are you Moorish? Why are you Moorish? Not Moroccan American. Why are you Moorish American? Because we're descendants of Moroccans, nigga. That's North Africa. Fuck's wrong with these dudes, man? Because we're descendants of North Africans, born in America, nigga, we're white. We have the equal status of all other people. So now that I've mentioned that, right? Drew Ali, and he also said that I can't tell you everything at this time because y'all niggas fuck around, fuck some shit up, right? Right? Yeah. So we're going to go to a real quick statement. You know, and I hear a lot of these Moorish Americans specifically who are in the temple organizations, right? They say this shit. They say it often, you know. Hold on. But it's from a newspaper article, right? All right. And this newspaper article is entitled Prophet Drew Ali Speaks to the Nations. So he's speaking to all the nations, all the American citizens, not just the Moorish Americans, right? And he says, if you have race pride and love your race, what race is he talking about? What race is he talking about? If you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Science Temple of America. If you identify with the white race, remember the Indians from India, right? They're the Aryan, Orion, Ireland, right? All of these are white or pure race concepts. If you have race pride and you love your race, my race consists of Europeans, Middle Easterners, North Africans. Who was up in the motherfucking organizations? Listen, he says, if you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Science Temple of America and become a part of this divine movement. Then you will have the power to redeem, there's redemption, your race. Because you will know who you are and who your forefathers were. Because where there is unity, not dissension, right? Not, the pale-skinned European versus, not the Moors versus the European. No. Because where there is unity, there is strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. Now, I don't know when that statement was out circulating. You know, this is together we stand, divided we fall, right? We've heard that. Some of us have heard that statement. I know for a fact that Noble Drew Ali said that shit back in the 1920s. Together we stand, united we fall. When I hear that, I know that was said by someone who someone of my own particular group of people. Group, not nation, but group. There are groups within the nation. That man said, if you have race pride and love your race, come and link yourselves back with everybody. Drew Ali was not out here talking reckless, disrespect. Drew Ali said that the Europeans and other nations are helping me. Why not you? Now, why not you? This is your fucking problem. He said he's got European and other nations helping him. And these people, they want to run around here. They want to be blacks, Negroes, colors of any diaspora, whether they're black Africans, black Indians, black Americans, whatever. They just want to be black. They can't let go of the black. Names and principles, right? You got some people who want to be black. Those are the names. And you got these knucklehead ass Moors who are still deluding to the principles of economic and mental slavery. They're bogus. These niggas are bogus, y'all. They're fucking bogus, man. Listen. Another thing. I noticed that these bogus Moors, whether they're in or outside of these organizations, right? In order for them to try to dismiss what another individual may say, right? They like to say, oh, yeah, well, I wasn't there, right? Or when you use certain oral statements and prophecies, they want to get you all boogie-woogied out and shit and say, oh, we're not sure, you know. You got to be careful with those statements because, you know, the movement was infiltrated. So y'all niggas is out here picking and choose. Y'all out here, they're out here they're out here picking and choosing. So when I go to these 200, I have like 200, and I was able to find 200. 267 supposed statements made throughout the duration of Drew Ali from 1925 to 1920, we'll say 1929. And so when I'm reading through these things, right, I go back to his literature to see if anything that these things are said line up with shit that he said, right? So we already see that Noble Drew Ali was saying that the Europeans are helping him, right? There's another newspaper article where he's saying that the Moorish Americans are out here just trying to get back all that which was theirs that was given to another nation. The same thing that the European groups are doing. He keeps aligning the Moors with Europeans. So when you hear some of these statements where it says something like, I have European grand sheiks if you want them. That's when your boogie woogies come in, because they don't believe that Europeans can be Muslims, but Muhammad the Conqueror, who again is in the 101s, he was a European Turk. Moors are not just dark-skinned people. But Ali came to the dark-skinned people here because they were being told that they were black. Black and dark don't mean this. Black and Moors do not mean the same thing. That's actually a European concept in Christianity. There was a time when the North Africans, the Middle Easterners, Eurasians, right? There was a portion of the Eurasians who didn't want to act Arab. They didn't want those customs. They wanted to be Christian. They wanted to be European. And so in order to distinguish their purity as Christians from other people, they started saying the darker you are, the more Muslim you are. They left the fold. And now you got Moors out here talking us. Moors means all dark-skinned people. No, the fuck it don't. No, the fuck it don't. We learned in the 101s that these Moorish Americans who were dark-skinned are brothers. We had the same mothers and fathers of the olive-toned Meccans, Arabs. It says it in the 101s. We have the same mothers and fathers. Did you know that an olive, right? Because a lot of people use the olive branch, right, and all of that. The olive, most olives that we know have a green base. But the olive itself comes in shades as dark as the black line here, and as pale as this white board, and all in between. You'll find brown olives. You'll find peach beige olives. So that's humanity. Right? Another thing that be getting me, right? You got all these people, black and white, right? They say the black man and the white man, right? On this SF-181, there is no red man, yellow man, brown man. There's only black and white on here. So what's up with everybody trying to act like they're a color? Black means without light. Not seen. Not unrecognizable. Unheard. That's what black means. And its contrast is white, which means see. It's auditable. It's perceivable. It's clear. It's recognizable. So that black, brown, red, yellow, white shit, dead that. That's stupid to me. I don't see on any application, I don't see where it says yellow or Asian. I don't see that. I know of Eastern Asians who are darker than me. Are they yellow? You know what I'm saying? I know the portions of India used to be called Ethiopia. Are they yellow? Or are they black? Right? If you look at the Hindu people, if you look at the Indian people, you'll see that they're from dark, just like I'm saying, from the darkest to the palest. Right? A lot of these Bogus Moors ride this wave, right? You'll hear Afro this and Afro that, as if Afro means dark, right? Afro Mexicans. There's no such thing. Mexicans come in dark skinned, browns all through, and all in pale skins too. All right? What I look like doesn't tell you who I am. See, no soy un boricua, pero yo hablo español tan bueno. So if I speak Spanish to you and you've never met me, you would think I'm Latino. But I'm not. I'm not. كيف حالك أخي؟ صباح الخير. الحمد لله. But I'm not an Arab. But I speak that language. You're gonna tell me that there are not people who speak this language that may be darker than me that live over there? There absolutely are. But just because I speak that language doesn't mean just looking at me, you cannot tell my nationality. It's in the way I talk. It's in the way I dress. It's in the way I present myself. It's not necessarily what I look like. Look at what I have on, right? I may have my fez on. Who wears fezzes? Turks wear fezzes. You got a lot of pale-skinned Turks, right? Libyans wear fezzes. Egyptians wear fezzes, right? Arabs wear fezzes. Look at Aladdin, or as y'all know, Aladdin. Old boy had a fez on. And they put the fez on a monkey. Again, to try to tell you something. And to disrespect you, but still try to tell you something. Right? But the Turks wear the fez, and they wear the turban. the Iraqi people, the Irani people, the Syrian people, they wear fez. They wear fez. But again, you got these bogus Moors, and they'll sit there and tell you the Europeans stole the culture. No, there's only, Drew Ali, the information that we get says that there's only one true first divine creed for all of humanity. So if these people are still standing on it, that means that we got away from it. That don't mean they stole it. Drew Ali made a plea to all American citizens to help him tell his people that they're fucking up and that they need to get back and live the life. So he's saying that all these other American citizens are living the life, whether they're Muslim, Christian, Jewish, whatever the case may be, right? There's one base, there's one foundation: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, equity. And then everybody lives the life according to their language, according to their tongue. All right? What else? How else can we identify these bogus Moors? Right? And Drew Ali calls them, he says they're not true Moors if they are misleading and misguiding the nation. He says that they are not true Moors, that they are embezzlers of the faith, and that they do not deserve to have the Moorish, how did he say it? Hold on. Moorish, he didn't say nobility. Look, hold on. Let me read this whole thing to you, right? If you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Science Temple of America and become a part of this divine movement. Then you will have power to redeem your race because you will know who you are and who your forefathers were. Because where there is unity, there is strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. Come, good people, because I, the prophet, sent to redeem this nation from mental slavery, which you have now, need every one of you who think that your conditions could be better. That was a, and mind you, this is him speaking to all nations. Because Moorish Americans act like Drew Ali was just speaking to the Moorish Americans of dark skin complexion, right? He says, this is a field open to strong men and women to uplift the nation and take your place in the affairs of men. If the Europeans and other nations are helping me, why not you? It is your problem, the Negro problem. Get out of the Negro status into your white status. Because the European white nations and the other white nations are helping him. Why not you? You're the one being called black and holding on to it, right? He says, the Negro problem is being solved only as it can. And that is by the Moorish Divine and National Movement. If you have a nation, you must have a free national name in order to be recognized by this nation as an American citizen. This is what is meant when it is said, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you. Once you fix the Negro problem, you enter the kingdom of heaven. Kingdom come. You got a lot of some of these Moors even. They're talking about kingdom come. The kingdom has come. Right? Once you change your status from black to white, you'll be recognized as a citizen and you'll be able to do business without getting beat on. Just like every other nation. But anyway, so I'm only turning my back because I'm hoping that I don't get flagged. Listen to some of these statements, right, that Noble Drew Ali makes. or is alleged to have made, right? As some of the boogie woogies like to say, right? Yep. And yes, I'm going to specific ones to point out this contrast, right? Because most of these people will go to the negative statements made about the Europeans. And I'm not quite sure if Noble Drew Ali made those statements because those are radical and agitating statements. Plus, he's telling you that they're helping him. Furthermore, Drew Ali also, to be read at every meeting, gives warning and notice to the people that it is the people on our side of the nation that took him for a joke. He didn't say the other side of the nation. He didn't say the Europeans took him for a joke. He didn't say the Middle Easterners took him for a joke. He said it was these fake Moors who just can't wrap their minds around unity of humanity, right? Here, listen to this. One day, your biggest trouble won't be getting with European women. It will be fighting them off. What do you mean? So we can get with European women? During his time, it was unheard of, right, to be with a pale-skinned European descendant as a dark-skinned person. He's saying now your issue is going to be fighting them off. Just saying, right? I do believe that one. I believe this one. I believe this is happening right now. He says, one day the European is going to let you down. You are going to have to put up a 90-day supply of food to last you until your brothers come to rescue you from the east. I believe that he definitely said that. Here we go. Brother J. Foster Bay of Temple number 4 and Temple number 25 heard the Holy Prophet had said, we, meaning the Moors, have the blood of every nation flowing through our veins, thereby bringing about a cross spirit. I have the blood of every nation flowing through my veins. But wait, there's more. Sister M. Patton Bay, also of Temple number 4 and 25, heard the Holy Prophet say, the Italians have our blood mixed in their veins. That is why they are so mean. The Italians have Moorish blood. We know the Moors of Europe. So he's saying we're together. He's saying we're together. Hold on. All right, brother I Cook Bay, and I don't really trust I Cook Bay, right? But nonetheless, no disrespect. It says that supposedly the Holy Prophet told the Moors that the Europeans went to the Moroccan government and asked for permission to come over here to the United States to develop this land. And they were given a 50-year mandate to do so. So they were given permission to be here. For all those Moors out there talking about, oh, they came over here and they just stole on us. It says here, supposedly the prophet said that they were given a 50-year mandate to come over here, right, and establish their lands, right? And it says, then the Europeans went to an old sheikh and asked him to give them some people to help them to develop this land. So there was a sheikh already over here. No, I'm sorry, he still talks to the Moroccan government. The sheikh told them to take those Moors because they're not doing anything. They're not going to do anything. So niggas who got caught up with niggas who weren't doing anything, so to speak, right? Excuse me. I'm going to leave the Sister A. Brown L. of Temple 4 and 25. So mind you, these last three people, all three of these people were in both Temple 4, which I believe was Detroit, and Temple number 25. I'm not quite sure where that was, right? It says, wait a minute. Yes, pardon so. Sister A. Brown L. of Temple 4 and 25 said that the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, I am going to leave the European here just long enough to teach you how to run a government. So who's supposed to be teaching the Moorish Americans how government is run? And why are these nut-ass Moors, these bogus Moors out here calling them Albions and all these other names and shit and being disrespectful to these people? Why do you think the Moors haven't progressed? Because they're still acting uncivilized. They're not on the honor system. When man honors man, he honors all law. Right? They're saying we're not going to honor them because to these bogus Moors, the European nations aren't even human. They're telling you that this does not pertain to anything. They're telling you that the Europeans do not pertain to anything relevant to humanity. Charlie's never said shit like that. All right? What else? I can't verify that yet. Can't speak that one. Drew Ali says, if my principles are carried out, the United States will be the richest and most prosperous country on the earth. If not, the worst is yet to come. Now, see, I know that he said that, right? Because that's in one of the newspaper articles of the Moorish Guide newspaper, specifically a divine warning by the prophet. He says, he makes that statement right there, right? This is how I use the information. Somebody was trying to come up, but they stepped back. That's cool. All right. What we got on here? 37. We're good. The Holy Prophet told the Moors, the times that have been won't be anymore. The economic times. He was letting them know that in 1929 a crash is going to happen. An economic reset is going to come about. And I know that by reading the newspaper article entitled Think This Over You Moors, where Noble Drew Ali specifically tells the people while he's telling them about how to bank at that time. He says, and when needed, act according to the law for performing the procedures of an emergency act. So that emergency act is the Emergency Banking Relief Act or the Administrative Easement Act that was enforced in 1933 in order to assist the people. This is nationalizing in order to assist the people in regulating commerce under this new credit trust system that still follows the principles, the core principles, right? But has evolved. Just like we're about to go into the digital age, there's an evolve. It's evolving. All right. Listen. Watch watch the newspapers and listen to the radio. I'm going to make the European tell the truth. So what do we hear even to this day? No. He said, I'm going to make the Europeans tell the truth, right? Drew Ali also says, I have European grand sheiks if you want them. Obviously, it would be those Europeans who would tell the truth, right? Right. Excuse me. All right. Listen. Sister Howell Bay of Temple 19 said that the Holy Prophet said that when the Europeans had asked him, will we be saved this time? That the Holy Prophet said, if you are saved, it will be through them, meaning the Moors. All right? So there's a coexistence if this statement is true, right? Let's see. Yep. It says Brother J. Foster Bay of Temples, again, 4 and 25. So a lot of this information is coming out of Detroit, and I'm not quite sure where Temple 25 is. It says that Brother J. Foster Bay told the Moors that the Holy Prophet said, when the Moors ruled Spain, we had street lights in Seville, Spain, 400 years before they had them anywhere else in Europe. All right? Here goes a great one, right? Fuck. Can't smoke right now. That shit's calling me. It says, Brother T. Booker Bay, Grand National Treasurer, the Emeritus, said that one day he was walking down the street in Chicago, and an Arab came out of a store and asked him to come into the store. So he went with him. The Arab then pointed to a man and asked him, do you know who that is? This is? Brother Booker Bay said, that is my prophet. And the Holy Prophet said, all right, son. The store was full of Arabians. And Brother T. Booker Bay said that all of them had nationality cards for the Moorish Science Temple of America. In Arab, remember in the divine warning, he says that the Greeks, Italians, English, Japanese, Chinese, Turks, right, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, then it is no more right that law be enforced upon all other American citizens alike. Again, what do the Middle Easterners and the Europeans have in common with North Africans? The white race status. So he said that he was sitting up there in a store. There was a store where Drew Ali was dining. And he was dining with other Muslims of the Arab culture. And someone stopped one of the other Moors who most likely had a fez on. He said, come here, man. Come. And they went into the store, and he said, yo, do you know who this is? Do you know that man? And the brother said, yeah, that's my prophet. And Ali stops eating and says, all right, son. And it says that all of these Arabs had They were members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Do you see anybody other than so-called Moorish Americans attending the Moorish Science Temple of America? Do you see any other people other than the Moorish Americans? No. You don't. You don't. Nobody today respects the Moors because the Moors are out here acting like fucking behemoths. Straight up. They're not honoring man. They got a lot of hate in their heart. That's why Drew Ali kept making this statement, help me to teach them to learn to love instead of hate. Love is acceptance. Love is acceptance. Come to me. Be one with me, near me. Unify with me. Become one with me. I love you. Not hate. Hate is, I don't want to be a part. I don't wish to be a part of it. Right? We doing our own thing over here. We don't want to fuck with y'all. That's not Islam. That's not even an Islamic thing to hate somebody like that at all. At all. A lot of a bogus Moor, right? In all honesty, by their knowledge or lack thereof of actual Islamic culture. No, a lot of these, man, we keep it 100 with you, right? A lot of these Moors are Christians just saying Islam. To me, that is almost the same concept that the Nation of Islam follows. To me, it's a bunch of Negro Christians who do not agree with their quote-unquote white counterparts, right? And so in order to go against the white counterparts, they just say Islam. You cannot be black and be a Muslim. Those things do not go together. That's like sovereign citizen. A lot of these Moors don't know Islam at all on any level other than, they want to square their feet and say stand on their square, and they want to shoot heart to the hand, right? Or hand to the heart, right? This is all they know in Islam. 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 Peace, be still. The fuck up. Learn something. Know something. Right? How am I going to be able to talk to other Muslims who may have different cultural concepts within Islam, right? If I can't meet them on any type of level plane, I don't even know how they're coming. And I'm just trying to force Islam down their throat. They say Assalamu alaikum. Oh, no. We say Islam. Assalamu alaikum. Fuck is wrong with saying Assalamu alaikum? They're saying Islam. That's what they're saying. Paz sobre ti. Paz sobre ti. Peace be upon you. No. We say Islam. Shut up. Drew Ali was teaching the people, he was giving them the bare necessities so that in time they would be able to connect with others. That's what he was doing, right? Drew Ali was drawing from all religious script to show everybody, hey, everybody, as a matter of fact, there's a movement to this day that I know we can look at, right? And I will tell you, this is the concept that Drew Ali was going for his Moorish Science Temple of America, right? Anyone who's familiar with the Baha'i, anyone who's familiar with the Baha'i faith, right? And yes, I've studied under the Baha'i as well, right? I was in all organizations, just like Drew. He was getting into all organizations, and then he was like, hey, I could eat the meat, spit out the bones. The Baha'i people, right? They allow for all of the people. I could be a Muslim and be a part of the Baha'i faith. I could be a Jew. I could be a Taoist, a Buddhist, a Confucianist. I could be any religious aspect, right? And still be a Baha'i member as long as I recognize that the Most High is one. No matter what language we call it, we can all come to the Most High. All peoples of all nations, of all languages, of all skin tones come and worship together. And the creator of the Baha'i faith was a Sufi Muslim who came over here in America. I think he was a Syrian. Not Assyrian, but Syrian. From Syria. Right? First you had the Bab, which was the start. And then you had Baha'u'llah. Right? And then his son Abdul Baha. I don't know that number. Hold on 1 second. I don't know if y'all heard that. If you heard that conversation, put some hearts in the If you did not hear the conversation, put hearts in there so that I know that you did or you did not. There's at least 4 people here. Did you hear my conversation or not? Anyway, doesn't matter. Back to this, right? With the Baha'i faith, so that means that you did not hear it. Cool, whatever. The Baha'i faith, right, allows for all of its members from every religion. Okay, that's what I was talking about. So you had the establisher of this. Okay, cool. The establishment of the Baha'i faith started with someone who called themselves Al-Bab, right? Which means the gate. So he's the gate, right? He's the gateway, right? This brother became a martyr for his cause, right? And then one of his most closest students, I believe it is Baha'u'llah, right? Took these teachings, right? And created what is called Baha'i, right? Now, I believe it was his grandson, Abdul Baha, I believe that was his name. This brother came to America in about 1913 and found himself between New York, New Jersey, right there in that area, and he came to teach Islam, to teach his faith, particularly to the so-called Negroes. Who do you think around that time was it about 1912, 1913 that was running around out there in New Jersey, in New York, talking about a Mohammedan religion that's bringing everybody back in? You don't think that And mind you, this brother came over here, the Syrian, to connect the Negroes, right? The brother Abdul Hamid Solomon, who was the Egyptian high priest of the old Canaanite temple, also said that he came over here to connect the Negroes back with his Syrian and Turkish people, brothers and sisters in Islam. This is Assyrian. We also had Turks. But my point is, this brother's program is working to this day the way that I can see Drew Ali was trying to get his movement to work. There are concepts here that are undeniably reminiscent, right? Even prototypish, if you will, to Noble Drew Ali's movement. This Syrian came to dark-skinned people to teach them Islam and that they are connected. So there was a dark-skinned Muslim from Egypt, and then there was a pale-skinned Muslim from Syria. Both came over here to America and taught dark-skinned people that they were Muslims, right? And that Islam was their inherent nature. I'm saying I've done a lot of research. Right? So the movement that Noble Drew Ali was attempting to bring to the people was a movement that brought everybody of every national descent together, right, under the banner of Islam, right? Because in Islam, it doesn't matter who or what you look like. As long as you're Muslim, you wanted a family. And it's family over everything. In Islam, me being a Muslim from Pennsylvania, right? And let's say that there's a Muslim from Yemen, right? And we're standing together, right? And my blood will say, let's say, I can't put it on his family because it wouldn't be culturally, they're all Muslim anyway, right? Well, let's say one of my family members, right, did not identify as a Muslim, right? That Yemenese, that Yemen brother, right? I identify first with him before even my own blood. Because the family unit in Islam, everybody's family, so we got to act like it. And anybody who's opposed to the family, we got to put to the side. They got to be secondary. Even if it's your own bloodline. We learned that from Prophet Muhammad of Arabia with his uncle, right? He had an uncle, loved him to death, right? Helped him spread Islam, but would not accept Islam. And as much as this grieved Muhammad of Arabia, he accepted it and was like, hey, I got to move on. You know, may Allah place you on the most, the least hellfire, right? Because I believe there's supposed to be 7, whatever. He asked Allah to please place his uncle, conceptually, figuratively, right? On a level of hell where, he did not get just consumed in the flames. But yeah, he still accepted that and moved on. All right? Muhammad's own tribe of Quraysh, he had to cut them niggas because they would not accept Islam. Right? So in Islam, the concept of nationhood or ummah, right? All inclusive. If you're down here, if you're one with the people, you're one with the people. We respect everybody else. We look out for our own, just like everyone else looks out for their own. We all act, cordially, right? But as an organized body, Islam is worldwide. Conceptually, I would be able to use my passport, right? Fly to maybe India
or China or Cambodia or Nigeria, Zambia, Mozambique, and I'm just naming any places, right? Or even I'd be able to go anywhere on this planet, walk into a masjid, and be accepted. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. السلام عليكم أخي. Immediately. No question, immediately. But when you go to these more science temples of America, what I've noticed is because they're so disunited, right? They love to say, who's your grand sheikh? Who's my imam? Or who is the leader of my, right? Because if they're not a part of our organization, we ain't fucking. What? So the masjid, or the temple, if you will, that was established for all Muslims, I can't come in there if the person who taught me about this information is just someone that you accept. That's not it. What? Now, if I know that the person that I'm studying under is wrong, I'm not supposed to follow that person. So I wouldn't even come to them. If I were to ever go, and this is another ignorant thing, that I find in the movement, right? Even if I were to come into any MSTA, right, as a nude, right, or maybe just showing that I might know a little something, they're going to say, "Who's your grand sheikh?" Right? Who taught you that? If I say Noble Jew Ali, they're not going to let me in. That's how wild these niggas are. What you mean? What you mean Noble Jew Ali taught you? Nigga, I studied his literature. I studied the times. I studied other movements. I saw that he prepared. He was taking things from here, taking things from there, putting it together and giving us a rendition to get us out of our darkness so that we can step upright and get back into society with the rest of humanity. What do you mean? He taught me. He told me not only to watch him, watch the other people. But again, if I pop up in any of these MSTAs and I say, yeah, Noble Drew Ali's my grand sheikh, they won't let me in. How? He's the fucking founder. He's the founder. You're not going to let me into an establishment when I say, hey, I know the name of the president. I followed his information to a T, just like they should be followed. And you're not going to let me in? It's not even up to them to not let me in. It belongs to me. This shit belongs to me. How you going to tell me I can't come in because I know what I know? Right? There we go. I got another. Let me show you another individual, Bogus Moors. Right? Bogus as hell. Bogus. All right? Taharka Aboki Bey. Taharka Aboki Bey. Drew Ali told us, do not get rid of your names. This man was not born Taharka Aboki Bey. He acts as a Grand Sheikh of the Moor Science Temple of America, Noble Temples. By the way, that's not a Drew Ali establishment, right? And he's out. You might see him on, certain social media. All he's for is the fitna. Fitna means distraction. Anything that distracts you, right, from unifying yourself with the peace and being what you need to be for everyone else, right? That's called fitna in Arabic. It's a distraction. It distracts you from coming closer to Allah, if you will, right?
This brother was not born to Harka Aboke Bay, right? That brother's name is Toronto. Toronto. Can't remember what the A is for. Johnson. He was born. It might even be Anthony, something like that, right? Toronto Anthony or whatever. Toronto Johnson. So he would be Johnson Bay. But that's not what he's not out here like that. He's not out here telling you that his name is Toronto Johnson Bay or T. Johnson Bay. He's out here, he's totally got rid of his name. And he's a clown. He's a clown. Right? These people are out here doing whatever they want to do because they know that most of the Moors do not study themselves to be approved. Right? I knew that the Moors were offbeat, right? Whenever I got the first version of the Circle 7 Quran, and I read it in 101 questions, and I read it, and I made certain connections immediately, right? And I brought it to the attention of some of these Moors, and they told me I was wrong. I'm like, but it says so in the literature. Don't we all have the same literature? I thought we all had the same literature. How are you telling, and they love to say shit like, oh, I've been in this movement for X amount of time, yada, 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 I paid my dues. Okay, so you're telling me that because you were brought up by who we know are the old Moors, right? Who have deviated, right? So you're telling me that because you were brought up by them and they taught you all of this, that's what gives you authorization over me? When you get these nut ass niggas, they'll say something like, yeah, you ain't no grand sheik. Nobody who ordained you. Nigga, chapter 1 of the Holy Quran of the Moor Science Temple of America already ordained me, a thought of a law, manifest in the flesh and the human flesh, by the way, right? To be the Lord of the plane of soul and manifest. So I'm already ordained by Allah, right? And then chapter 10 says that I do not need an intercessor in order to come to Allah. All I need to do is go to Allah, say, my Father God, place my hand in Allah's hand, and all is well. And it says that we are all to be priests just for ourselves. I'm already ordained as a priest. What you mean what you mean I'm not a prophet and an angel? What do you mean? The Circle 7 already, I don't need a man to place their hand over my head or put a fez on me in order to make me Muslim. Right? That has never been a concept in Islam under any circumstances. No one can even force you to, no one can make you Muslim but Allah. Fuck you mean I'm not? I've read the scripture. I've accepted the doctrine. What do you mean I'm not a priest? Well, what is the word for priest under the Moorish? So I'm a sheikh. Just for myself. Right? But again, you got these bogus clowns out here who are just, to me, they don't understand. They don't understand this literature. And this is the same, I don't want to say this is their literature as if it's not my literature. Right? But these people, these are bogus Moors. Right? And then you have all of these other people coming out here and talking. They talk reckless about the Moors. They talk reckless. And then I'm on one hand, I'm like, man, you can't talk about us like that. But on the other hand, I realize that they're only seeing a particular group, and they're thinking that we are all like that. I'm not like that. I'm not out here telling you to get away from the U.S. government because he didn't tell me to do that. I'm not out here telling you that you're a Moroccan subject because he didn't teach me that. I'm not out here telling you that the European, that's the one I was looking for, because Jurali stated that the European is our fellow man. I'm not out here acting like the European is foreign to me, because he didn't teach that. But again, I'm not out here teaching sovereign citizen shit, right? I'm not out here teaching the concepts that, you can get something for free. That's not even nature. Nature says in order for there must be an input in order for there to be an output. In order for there to be a balance, there has to be at least two sides of a thing that are of equal standing. So I'm balanced here. You see what I'm saying? This is the level, this is the plane. Right? I'm not out here acting like I'm not a part of humanity or that other groups of people are not a part of humanity. And I'm definitely not out here selling y'all dreams. Once you declare your nationality and you correct your status, there is no magic, instantaneous, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe this erroneous concept that a lot of these Moors are out here trying to perpetuate to the people. There is no secret fucking account. Drew Ali says that he took the covers off of all secret organizations. He said, he exposed it. He didn't say they were wrong. He was saying, hey, now y'all niggas can see what the fuck is going on here too. Get to it. I've taken the cover off of all secret organizations. And then he told the Moors, this is not a he says, this is not a social club. This is a divine and national movement. So he told them, this is not a social thing. This is not, just us. This is a national order. National. American nationals. Anyone who was a national of the United States of America has access to this information, to this movement. This man never taught half the shit these people are out here teaching. I'm out here. My children are out here. We got the L's on our names. And we're out here being looked at like we're fucking crazy because you got people out here, L's and Bays and L Bays and all the rest, who are doing shit that they're using his name and his move in the movement that he brought, but then they're using they're picking and choosing, right, for their own agenda, certain information out of his movement. And they throw him up in the face so that the people can say, and then they think they're following this brother or this brother's information. They're not. They're not. Man. Let's open the floor. Oh, man. So there we go. All right. If I'm wrong, please, by all means, someone let me know. What up, Yoda? All right, let me know, because we've got a lot of misinformed people out here who have foreign concepts, right, associated or affiliated with a pure and clean movement. Again, if I haven't said it already, when I came into this movement back in 2012, and I did some studies, by 2016, I was able to look back and retrospect, right? Retrospect, right? And I realized that, like, at the time, I was following Taj Tariq Bey, the Round Table, R.V. Bey, Canaan Land Moors, what's the Amazite Bey, Hassan Ghazi Il Bey, Rami El Bey, and mind you, listen to these. None of these people's names or their birth names, right? But I was following all of these people, and I look back at the Moorish American Consulate, right? The MAC, all of that, right? Sharon Tracy Gale Bay, right? I was listening to all of that shit, right? And I look back and I said, you know what? I've watched people lose their property, their children, their homes, their automobiles. I've watched people lose their liberty. They were not able to work anymore. I've watched people lose their freedom. They were going to jail for acting, for basically being combative. I'm like, yo, this ain't it. This can't be what Drew Ali brought. This can't be what this whole movement was about. You can't sit here and tell me that Drew Ali. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. What is this? Okay, so what is my first step to correcting my status? I meant to call you earlier, but this is better. Awesome. Can you give us a step-by-step? All right, I could do you one better, beloved. Are you able to come up? Do you want even better? Bring you up, bro, or sis. I apologize. I'm not sure who. Mark Anthony, bro. Can you come on up if you're able to? Let me try to put you up there again, man. Yeah. And then I'll speak this with you. You know what I'm saying? Because all that typing, it could definitely get a little hectic. You're not able to come up, Mark Anthony? Well, if you're not able to come up at this point, then I'm not even going to go down that road right now. But what I can tell you is that if you go to the YouTube channel that's on the profile here, associated with this profile, there's, I think, 111 at this time, 10 months of posting. And in those, you'll be able to say, I tell you the nationality process. I actually do. I tell you step by step. At one point in time, I even had a website up for the people where you could come in and purchase products and services, right? But people, I'm not going to keep tending to it if no one's coming. You know what I mean? There just wasn't enough people who desired to get that information at that time. Okay, there we go. Come on, phone.
Okay, I think I'm.
Yeah, you're on, beloved.
Okay, that's good.
All right, so I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, so step number one is you want to correct your status at the Social Security level. Okay. I don't know if you're Moorish American or whatever you ascribe to. I would just inform you not to ascribe to black, right?
Right. Okay.
So the first thing you would do on that SS5, right? Because you're getting a replacement. You're not getting a change. You're not getting a new. You're just making sure you're updating information.
Okay.
You would mark U.S. citizen because it's your person, and it's always your person. All right, and you're acting as your person. So your person has to be a U.S. Well, if you're born here, you'd have to be a U.S. citizen. Your race would be white or, again, American Indian, Alaska Native, Pacific Islander, whatever you identify with. Again, anything other than black.
Right.
For myself, it was white because I'm of a North African ancestry. All right, so once that is situated, right, that's how your record is going to react within the system. White means ruler. All right, that's why I use white over black. So that means that my person is actually redeemable.
Okay.
Again, you wish to mark U.S. citizen. Okay, so again, once all of that is established, right, then I would tell you to go get you a passport. All right, and because you're Social Security minority person, right, at the Social Security office, because that is white and that is correct, right, and your passport will then be white and correct. You will have perfected your commercial capacity.
Okay.
All right, your passport is your national citizenship, which means that it is your real estate ID.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, to nationalize means to take your own personal property that you hold near and dear and pledge it to your government, your state. Give it. So that's what you're doing with your Social Security,
Okay.
right? Some of us are aware of the birth certificate being a security instrument, and it's an unsecured asset.
Now, I got both your books. I see the passport application in here. But the Social Security, is that in here as well?
Uh, it should be, but if it is not, you let me know,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And you have my number, then yes.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I
All
got
right,
you.
then what we can do is,
Yeah.
after I get off this feed, and if you have the time, we can look at the information that you have received from myself. And if it is not there, I'll give you that information.
Which book should it be in? The table is being set, or the economic security Emmanuel.
Okay, it would be in the table. Okay, so the information you're asking for was not a product; it was a service.
Okay,
So
right.
it wouldn't be in either one of those.
Okay.
I haven't. There was a on the website. There was a nationalization rite of passage, and that was the information. Actually, it had my old.
You see, wait a minute. I think it is. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
The passport application is in there.
Okay. Well, yeah. That was a
Oh, the
part
Social
of the.
Security.
That was a part of the table is being set.
Right. Yes,
That
I
was
see
for
the
your own personal. That information is for like I'm doing. That's for observation to
right.
prepare
Right.
you,
Right. For
right?
what
And
I
then I
got to fill out.
actually had information or have information that tells you exactly what to do and why.
Also, so the ethnicity and race identification form.
Right.
That's the one you was just talking.
Yeah, that is the SF 181 form. So, I believe there was a time when you had to fill that out, and there's nothing wrong with filling that out, right? I know that on most applications, specifically when you're applying for benefits or for some type of labor or work, right? They have that SF or rendition, right, of the SF 181 where they ask, are you black, white, whatever, right? You would take that opportunity when you're filling out any applications to mark white, to update it there, if that makes sense. If I were to go and get a job today and I had to fill out, we'll say the orientation papers, right, the W-2s or whatever, If I were to fill out a job application, it's going to ask me, "Am I a U.S. citizen?" Yes, right. Then it'll say optional, right? Rate, ethnicity: Are you Hispanic or Latino? Yes or no. And then it'll ask your race, right? And it might say black or African American, and then it might just say white, or it might just say Caucasian, right?
Right. We
But
know.
I know, according to that SF 181, that white status refers to North Africans.
Okay. I
So I would
got you.
mark white, and I might even write in North African if I'm able to
Right.
write it in.
If you're able to, okay. Got you.
You see what I'm saying? Just so that
Yeah.
they know I'm white, but I'm a North African. I'm not a European white.
Right.
I'm not a
Right.
Middle Eastern white. I'm a
Right.
North African white.
North African white. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I got you. Because on this one, it does have white, like you say, I mean, if I was to ever see Caucasian on there, I would deem that as them trying to trick you back into African American or black because we know we're not from the Caucasus Mountains. So, and then like you said, I can always write it in if need be. So, got you.
Right. And the reason why in that a table is being set, you have that information so you can show a motherfucker if you need, if you really need to.
Right.
Like when I
Exactly.
say
I
I'm
just
white,
hadn't had
I'm not
time.
out of my. Go ahead.
I just hadn't had.
Go
I've
ahead.
been so busy working, and I finally got some downtime. So I figured out, like I did ahead of time, purchase the books. I haven't even started reading them yet, but I had just heard you last week, and you were constantly trying to um, um, beat it into our skulls to correct your status. Correct your status. I say, okay, let me get his brother a call because now I
Well,
got
I don't
time to
mean to
talk to
beat
him.
it into anyone's head if that's how you see it, man.
Well,
I
no,
just know
no,
it.
no. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. It's like a shake and wake you up type deal. So I appreciate you
Honest to
because
you as well.
it's a lot of plants out here, so to speak.
Right.
A lot of plants. A lot of
Absolutely.
plants. Yeah.
See, the
Now let me
reason,
ask you.
the
Let me ask you
reason,
this question.
yes, go ahead.
How do you feel about sovereign states?
All the states are sovereign to some degree.
Right, but being recognized. How
I'm
do you feel
recognized as
about?
a Pennsylvanian.
Okay, so I would be a Michigander.
You will be a Michigander, yes. When you
Okay.
get your passport, it's going to tell you your place of birth is Michigan.
Right. Well,
If I moved to California, right? I'm just saying, whole other side of the country, right? And I apply for my passport there, being born in Pennsylvania, my passport is still going to say I'm from Pennsylvania.
right. So and I had raised the question before, right? And because of course, and I'm talking international law, and you couldn't go off into um you couldn't be recognized by the United Nations or be a member of the United Nations as a single individual. You had to
Right,
be a sovereign state, a
right.
people, right? You had to be to do that. And
And what,
that's where you put me on to something as well. The first step is for you to correct your status. 'Cause-
absolutely, because you want the full. You hear a lot of people talk about the full faith and credit, right?
yeah,
That starts with your state, and your state is in union with all these other
exactly.
states that together are of America.
Right. Which is a sovereign state already.
Right.
Exactly.
America is not the state. America is the nation, but it
Right.
is made up of states.
Right. Okay, which is
So
Michigan,
we have a
Illinois.
micronation. We have 50
Right.
micronations
Right. 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 Yep. I
within
got
one machination or macronation.
you. Okay. Okay. See, I was going off it. My mind kept making me run before walking in that, and I was thinking in terms of countries opposed to states.
So I'm
Right.
glad you made mention of that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we got a lot of people, and I'm glad that again. I'm glad you mentioned that because that's another thing that I notice a lot of these bogus Moors. They try to insinuate that America It's not a country, it's a continent.
Right.
All right, now I understand on face value that North America is a continent,
Okay.
but I also am aware that the government that is on the North American continent is not like the governments that are on the African continent or the governments that are on
Right.
the Asian continent.
Plural. Right. Gotcha.
Right,
Right.
right. Europe,
Okay.
Africa, and Asia are not like America. In America, all of the so-called countries have ceded, right, some of their authority in order to come together as one unified state. It's the
Okay.
United States of America. America is the country.
Right.
And again,
Okay.
that's the
It's
beauty of
distinguished.
America. We
Right.
have people like Marcus Garvey at the time, who he was trying to get a United States of Africa. We had Muammar Gaddafi, who was unalive because he was attempting to establish the United States of Africa.
And he had gave, not to cut you off, he had also offered Minister Farrakhan $1 billion, and they wouldn't let him take the money. But go ahead. From
So
Gaddafi.
here's the thing about that. The Nation of Islam at that time couldn't take the money because they were acting as black anyway.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We had
Yeah.
like Muammar Gaddafi was attempting to help assist them because they claimed that they're Muslim, but those brothers and sisters that they didn't. The fact that the American government stopped them means that they had no authority of their own. Black has no
Exactly.
standing in law.
Exactly. And that's my main thing, getting our the proper jurisdiction in line, you know, um, being recognized as who I truly am, my true status. You know,
You are an investor, you're a lender, but you're also an agent and an employee. And the employee type, you're an employer. You have the capacity to establish business, right? You can go out on your own. Well, you can never do it on your own, but you can go out as the head and create a Fortune 500 company,
right.
right? So you have all of that. You have the authority to do that, and you have access to the commerce, the gold, the silver, whatnot, right? As far as grants, loans that you can apply for and receive through your government through your government administration.
Okay.
If you have a proper
Okay.
business plan and a proper commercial status, then and we see it. We see those who we consider the rich. They leverage that information. They say, hey, you know what? I got a business. I got an idea that's going to benefit everybody. Look, like now, TikTok. It
Right.
reaches everybody. Facebook, it
Yeah.
reaches
Yeah.
everybody. Somebody sat together and said, you know what? We're going to launch this information. And they launched it, right? And they leveraged. And look at these people. What's the one dude's name? Elon Musk, right?
Elon Musk.
Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? They really they all have passports by mind you.
Right.
Not just
Okay.
because they travel, but because they do international commerce.
Got you.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Again,
Yeah.
that passport, the passport card is your national commercial provision. That
So
book,
so
that book is your
so
international.
right. So with that passport, do I need to have car insurance? And I'm getting into the right to
Yeah,
travel.
yeah.
Do I
So
need
listen, right?
registration and
What
all
I've
that?
learned, what I've come to realize is that in order for me to receive any benefit out of my government, I have to invest, right?
Okay. Right.
So this licensing thing is necessary in order to generate revenue, right?
Right.
And if the proper people are in the proper conditions, right, then they can benefit from it. If I go out and
Okay.
get a car, I need a driver's license. Why? Because if I'm we the people, I've already nationalized. I've already pledged my private property to the
Right.
state any fucking way.
Right. Okay.
So I don't have legal ownership over any of this.
Right.
I have equitable ownership. I
And I
have the
and I
authority.
and I brung that up so you can explain to a lot of people who keep getting steered in the left field and get knocked upside their head and wind up in jail for no reason and
Yeah,
this, that, and the other and fighting unnecessarily.
yeah. And that's
It infers in the Constitution our rights to travel, but it's not etched in
so
stone.
here's how I travel, right? Here is how this is what I intend to do, right? Because again, I'm a scientist and I
Right.
have to experiment.
Right.
So based on the information that I received from Drew Ali, right? I have gathered that I'm not supposed to do business, right, with my social security number. Okay.
Okay.
I'm supposed to do business with my passport number,
Okay.
right? So what I am going to attempt to do is get my driver's license with my passport.
Right.
So then when I hand over my driver's license, I'm secured.
Right. Okay, I got you.
But I'm going to give
No,
over. Now, if I'm in the other seat, if I'm not behind the wheel, I'm giving my passport, period.
right.
See, I
That's for
know
sure.
for a fact that the information that's associated with your passport is under a high level of security clearance. And I know that local government does not have immediate access to it. Anytime you hand
Right.
your passport to like a police officer, not even if you're driving, but like, hey, you might be out in the world, right? Something may have happened and you give them their passport and they run it, they leave your ass alone.
So should I get the book and the card?
That's up to you. Do you intend to travel outside of the United States,
Yes.
off of this continent?
Yes.
Yes, get the book.
Can I have both of them though? Can I get
I
both of them?
have both of them,
Yeah,
but I'm
that's what I
letting
want
you
to
know
know.
that in reality, the book is sufficient if you have it,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? Because
And
the book deals with national and international.
right. Right.
All right. I know
And
that
for
with my
international purposes. Yeah.
right. I know that
Yes.
with the card, I can't go beyond Puerto Rico.
Okay. Gotcha.
I can get to Puerto Rico. I can
And
get
hey,
to
it makes
Cuba. I could get to Haiti and the Dominican Republic all out in there, right?
right.
I
Right.
can't get beyond that with just the card.
Okay, and it makes for a great third piece of ID anyway. So why not have
So
both of them?
the passport is the highest form of ID in the land.
Yeah.
When you have
Exactly.
that, you really don't have any reason to show any other ID.
Right. There's your right to travel right there.
So you have a right to travel in the private. You do not have a right to travel in the public.
Okay.
You have authorization or
A
permissions.
privilege. A privilege in the
No, no, no,
public.
no, 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 no. That's what the Social Security number.
That's okay.
The
I got
privilege can be taken from you
you. Right.
at will for no reason at
Right.
all. Right.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
the passport, the only time that your energy can be regulated in that manner is if you have a felonious charge against you.
Okay. Got you.
So you have the permission, the privilege to be out here moving as you need to move. And again, that I've never seen anyone riding around without a driver's license, without a real, not even not even the fucking president of the United States rides
Right.
around with no license plate.
Right. I got you.
You feel
Because
me?
once again, we're gonna see a lot of stuff on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, where you got these guys showing little clips, the right to travel, and they got these different plates on their car and all of this
Bro,
stuff.
I've been
Their
through
own
all of
personal
that.
plates.
I can make a whole just alone. I could do a whole video just on how many times I lost my car,
Yeah, being
had to go and
stubborn,
sit in jail because I'm out
being
here trying to
stubborn.
fight this shit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was the beginning stage of you being a scientist. You were experimenting,
Yeah, I went out
and you
right. I
know,
went out there and I tested the waters
yeah,
thoroughly. I know there are people out there who are quote unquote winning their case. More
right,
power to them,
right,
right? But if I have nationalized, that means that I'm a party to the fucking Constitution,
right,
right?
right,
And that means that I am a public agent. I'm not private anymore.
right.
I have private provision. I have security clearances that separate me as a creditor from the debtors of the nation.
Now,
Yeah.
let me ask you this: how does
No.
that work if you are a felon? If you're a felon,
Now check this out. I'm speaking from experience. From 1999 to 2006, I was under the supervision and jurisdiction of the state correctional institutions here in Pennsylvania.
okay,
I did a 7-year bid for armed robbery.
right,
I was real young, dumb. You know what I'm saying? But
right,
I did
yeah,
7 years. Right? I have my passport to this day.
okay,
So I
and
had that felony on my jacket. It didn't stop me from
right,
doesn't stop me from voting, doesn't stop me from having my passport. But what will stop you from either obtaining, or if you've already obtained, what will stop you from what will revoke it is if you have a felony charge.
okay.
So
So okay,
I know a Moorish brother and sister. They're married. And I think I told this story not too long ago. With the brother, he was so caught up on the constitutional values, right? And he
right,
felt like he had the right, to bear arms, right? And his wife was legally registered to have the gun, with her social, but nonetheless, right?
right,
This brother had done time in prison when he was younger for gun violations, right?
right. And he didn't get it. He didn't get it expunged off his record, and he felt
Right.
like he had the right to bear arms based on the
So
Second
now,
Amendment.
right. So this brother was out trying to invoke his Second Amendment because his wife had the guns,
Right,
and he was trying that RV base shit. I'm being honest with you, I'm glad
right,
that the brothers moved on. He had his RV Bay ID, and he had taken his family out to eat, right? And he was trying to get the tax exemption through his RV Bay card, right? So now he has the gun and it's not even in a holster. And there was no real need for him to have it, but he was just feeling like enforcing his rights, if you will,
right,
right?
right,
So when he goes up to, I guess the cash register to try to get that sales tax exemption, they were telling him basically that they didn't recognize that ID, right? They weren't really trying to honor that. And him, just like I did, just like I know, it happens when you're under this foreign doctrine. He got
right.
real demanding.
Yeah, yeah.
And someone saw that. I guess they saw the hammer sitting in his pocket.
So which was
So
concealed, so
right.
people could
Well,
understand the
right. But
difference
listen,
between
it's not
bearing,
even his gun.
and it's not even his gun.
It's his wife's gun. So listen, right?
Wow.
So they
Yeah.
call the police. By the time the police get there, the issue had already been regulated. They worked out some agreement, but the police came and they didn't even come to him until like a day afterward. I guess they end up running the video on their car. I guess maybe someone told them, yeah, he had a gun. So they went and they reviewed the information, and they saw that the butt of the gun was poking out of his, so they ran down on him.
Right. Yeah.
And they took his gun, and his wife was charged. Now, I helped his wife get a passport. She has a 5-star passport. Right? Now, they were placing felony charges on her because of him.
Right. And they were doing that to take that passport as well.
Right.
This was opportunity. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But when everything cleared up, right, they withdrew the charges from her. So she was maintained. Right?
Okay.
And he realized that he fucked up. Now, initially, they was trying to give him like 7 to 10 years or some shit. And he was able to go back down. He was able to fight it. He's out right now running around, but he learned his lesson.
Right.
And he knows for sure that all that shit, that trash that these people are talking is going to get you it's going to get you ran down.
Yeah.
Particularly, you've got these people out here offering you all types of so-called nationality cards and, allodial cards and all of these things, right? That's not identified with any government agency whatsoever.
Well, I had read into a few guys who, to me, were perpetrating a fraud, and they were trying to use the 4-pronged standard of the Montevideo Convention. And the number one question I asked them was simply this: are you a sovereign state recognized by the United Nations or any other countries? And once they couldn't answer that question, I said, well, hey, you're not a sovereign state.
So not only can I answer that, I'm gonna tell you, my flag is in the United Nations.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Yeah. There are 50 stores on that flag, and one of them stores stands for Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So my flag is there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm recognized by this government and the nations of the earth.
Exactly.
Right? And anywhere I go, if I show them this passport, oh, he's an American. He's an American. He's recognized.
Right.
When we leave, when people like yourself and myself of the darker variety leave America, we're not black anymore.
Right. Now, can you speak on, and once again, you have a lot of so-called Moorish American brothers claiming rights to land. And they did a documentary. I forgot the name. I think it was on HBO. They did a documentary where these Moorish Americans had just took this woman's house. They staked claim to it. They basically were squatting.
Yes.
Basically. But they were claiming rights to the land.
They were claiming adverse possession, which is a thing. But the manner in which they pursued it was way off. Way the fuck off.
Yeah. The what are they called?
And they were also most likely they were talking about these Europeans stole our land and we're getting it back. That's not this movement whatsoever. In the black book that you have, the Moorish economic book.
Say that again. My phone rang again.
No problem. The black book that you have, the Moorish Americans Economic Security Emmanuel.
Yeah. I got
that's what you have that, right? Yeah, you should have that if you have the table.
I got that one too.
In those newspaper articles, I rely heavily on those newspaper articles, and you have them, right? Drew Ali tells you in multiple different places, in multiple different articles, that we're supposed to live here together in, what did he say? Friendship, harmony, and goodwill regardless of your race and creed. He says that we as Moorish Americans intend to get back what belongs to us as a nation that was taken from another nation, just like all the European groups are doing. So that doesn't sound like to me that this is just my shit. This sounds to me like America is for everybody, and you have to claim your own portion. Don't go claiming another person's portion. And again, that's what a lot of this soft sit bullshit is predicated upon, taken from others.
What is your take on the if I'm saying the name right, the Wanubian? You remember the brother? I can't.
Nuwabian,
Yeah, Nuwabian out of Atlanta. They took
yeah,
all
the
his land,
Nuwabian
all of that.
Moors.
Yeah,
I
what's your
mean,
take on that?
the Negroes.
Yeah, pretty much.
So a lot of the Nuwabians, they'll say they're Indians, right? And they're not
Right.
Indians. The American Indians have their own identity in America,
Right.
all right? So they'll say that they're Indians. Um, and I know for a fact that the brother York, Malachi York,
York.
he
Yes,
went
yeah.
back to using black.
Right.
Anyone who's teaching the people that they're black, they're already out of pocket. Already.
Exactly. Exactly.
You
I
know,
mean,
I
based
seen
on
some of his literature, and I noticed that in his literature, he's got this one. I don't know the name of it, right? But there's a picture where Noble Drew Ali is holding up a woman, and he's carrying her out of the water onto a solid rock, right?
okay.
So he has the same depiction where he has the Pharaoh's Uraeus. That's the Pharaoh's top hat, right? And
Right.
he in his hand he's carrying a mummy, and it's the same depiction. Like uh, he's trying to revise the movement.
Okay.
All right, everybody. I'm not saying that Noble Drew Ali it was the end all be all, because like I made mention to before, there was a brother, the Baha'i faith. He was doing the same thing that Drew Ali was doing. All right, but when you got people who take someone's movement and try to make it over, you know, the
Well, we
NOI,
know.
they've done that. The Nuwabians, they've done that. There's other movements that have taken from. They have the Muslim or the Egypt. Mind you, Islam is inherently coming out of Egypt,
Right. Right.
right? Muhammad was an Arab, and he was of the bloodline of Ishmael, whose mother was Hagar, who was an Egyptian national.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Right.
That's why we keep seeing all of these Egyptian Moors or whatever, right?
Right.
Um, damn, I forget the point I was going to make here. Damn,
Malachi York. We was dealing with Malachi York situation and how they were trying to repeat or mix master, plagiarize
right.
the
Okay.
ideology of Noble Drew Ali.
Right.
And so we went.
So I'll just say this because I still can't remember where my train of thought was or why I made mention of all that. Everything Muslim today comes out of Egypt. That corresponds with the information that Drew Ali leaves in his version, as in the Americanized version of
Right.
the Quran.
Do you ever wonder why we are not seeing any documentaries or movies on Noble Drew Ali?
Because first and foremost, people got the shit all fucked up.
Right. For
First
starters,
and
yeah.
foremost, if you
Yeah.
mention Drew Ali to certain people and it rings a bell, they're going to clinch up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Right? I heard Farrakhan saying that back in the day it was the Moors who were fighting the police, right? The Moors were fighting the police only after they started fucking up in the movement.
Mm-hmm.
Before they started fucking up in the movement and acting all radical and shit, right? The newspapers were giving nothing but praise and adoration to the
Right.
Moorish Americans
Right.
and to Drew.
Right. Yep.
You know, so the reason why we don't see a good depiction of Drew Ali is because no one's really even telling the truth. So no one's going to take into consideration what this brother brought, because everybody who keeps saying that they represent him, they out here acting fucking retarded,
Right. Right. Breaking laws.
breaking laws.
Breaking laws. Yeah.
That Drew Ali said to nationalize so that you can receive your divine right as citizens, so that you will not be molested by other citizens.
Now,
And these niggas is out here being molested.
Now, the what is the pros to correcting your status? Is there benefits as far as loans?
So the benefits
That's
are supposed to be commercial, economic. Drew Ali was teaching about enterprise and industry.
okay.
All right.
Okay.
He was teaching the Moorish Americans to act. We'll just take like we'll take the Chinese, right? We see that the
Right.
Chinese, they got Little China, Chinatown. They've got
Right.
nail salons, food stores, laundromats, etc. You know, you've
All
got
that, yeah.
the Hindu or the Indian people, right? They've got gas stations, they've got motels, right? They are able to employ their own.
How did they wind up getting those businesses?
Because they all put
Was
their
it government
finances
funded? Did they
together.
get government loans
Yes, they got government funding.
together?
And
Right. And
they
they
went, they
did it
came, they went
themselves.
to work. They were all together. We see
Government
it a
funded.
lot with the Mexicans, right? They all got together. That everyone was living within their means
Right.
or
Yeah.
below their means. They were saving up, right? And then they were investing the finances that they had, right, along with grants and or loans. And they were going out here, establishing organizations, businesses, in order to do business, so that
So
they
is
can
it safe
take
to
care of
say?
their own, and at the
Is it
same
safe to
time
say?
contribute to everybody.
Is it safe to say we as a people have not adhered to the order of the day, which is nationality,
Man, yes, it
and
is safe to
for
say that.
several reasons. For
It is
several
safe to
reasons.
say that.
Yeah.
Nationality means coming together, no longer being private, but being in the public with private provision. And
Okay.
order means
Good.
organization. So there's a national organization. And national also means family. So there's a family business, and there's just the the family members, right, whose ancestors actually brought this information. It is these people who can't even recognize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You hear Moors all day talking against the corporate policies. Who brought that? Who brought corporate? Who brought? So we can say civilizing, right? Or we can say colonizing. It's one and the same for real.
Right. Yeah.
I hear
Yeah.
a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, the Moors, they colonized. Yeah, yeah, right? The word colonize is not inherently bad. But again, we hear colonizing, which just means organizing.
Right.
That's all it means, right? In its pure basic sense. We have
Yeah.
people saying, oh, they're colonizing and they're the
Well,
colonizers. Drew Ali
it has
tells
a
us
stigma to it. It does have a stigma and a black
it
cloud
does.
based on the history
Drew Ali
pertaining
said
to
that every
Caucasians.
nation has
Yeah.
suffered slavery due
Yeah.
to them not honoring their foreparents' national and divine creed.
And
Every
it'll go.
nation has suffered slavery, which means that every nation has also enslaved another.
And that was because they hadn't adhered to Ma'at. And that's to take it way
Right.
back into
Drew Ali also
Pharaoh
says
Egyptian.
in the Circle 7 that the
Yeah.
reason why the Moors lost their nationality here in America in 1774 is because they went against their own nature.
Yeah. 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 And you did have, what is it, the Egyptian, the 42 laws?
The
They went
Bible.
against those laws. They went
Right.
against those laws.
So those principles that we see in my, right? They are sound. They are tried and true.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a science to it.
For
That is
sure.
everywhere in the world now. Every nation, whether they like it or not, whether they recognize it or not, are following a form of Islam. Now, let me take the word Islam. Let me take the Arabic out, right? And let me give everybody a pure concept of what Islam is supposed to be. Equity. Equity is the first divine creed. Treat
Right.
others as you wish to be treated.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's equity.
Yeah.
Equitable ownership is not legal ownership. Equity is what have you been what your loss or your gain is after everything has been tallied up. Justice is your reward or your punishment for your works, deeds, and actions. So
Okay.
if we go out, if you and I and a couple of other people go out and attempt to invest in a business venture, right? And like, let's take Marcus Garvey, right? Marcus Garvey has several business ventures, and they hounded him. They came down on him, right? And they accused
Right.
him, right, of mixing the funds.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So some of his investments, people lost out.
I'm in the process now of I'm having to amend the name of one of my LLCs because I want to keep that EIN number, and it's cheaper to just amend the name opposed to just getting rid of it.
Amending is the way that our government administrates.
Exactly.
Not revolution, um, amendment, right? So
Yeah.
I believe that it was Abraham Lincoln who was telling the people, right, that first and foremost, I'm paraphrasing, that you have the right to amend, and if that right of amendment is held back, then you have the revolutionary right, to overthrow and institute new government. You have people already trying to institute new
What is that?
government without first trying to amend it.
What is that? Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution, dealing with Trump's madness and all parties
I'm not
involved.
mad. It's madness regardless.
Yeah.
But I'm behind. I understand what's going. I know what Trump is good for.
Right.
Trump is good for Chapter 7 and Chapter 11 in some businesses.
Exactly.
The time has come for the
Yeah.
USA to do that again.
Yep.
Who better than that
File
man?
bankruptcy.
And we
File
see him
bankruptcy.
doing it.
Yeah. Yep.
He's going to make everybody. Hey, look here. If you are not going to stand up and invest in this government, get the fuck out.
And see, the way you put it by calling yourself a scientist, you are striving. You're in search of setting the precedents. So that is the autonomy. That is the highest level of autonomy, as far as I can tell. So, and that's a lot of knowledge, which brings about a lot of confidence to be able to proceed like you're doing. So once again, I appreciate you.
I
for
thank you as
sharing,
well, brother.
for sharing your info, and I'm gonna be calling you frequently. I'm gonna have some questions for you. So
No problem. That's what I'm really
Yeah.
here for, man. I'm here to
Yeah.
share the information that I have, right, and to share my own research as well.
Exactly.
Because I
Yeah.
recognize that that's one of the big issues now is that people don't wish to share their experience. How can I know a thing to be true just because you're telling it to me, but you can't show me?
Right.
Man knows
And-
not by being told.
And
Man
I'm telling
must
you,
be in the experience.
everybody else has had a hidden agenda, and when I have been able to see that lie, I keep it to myself and I move on. You know, and they had some good. They're scientists as well, and they're trying to set the precedence. However, you can't go against the laws of the land.
No, you can't.
And that's what they're doing wrong. They're going against the laws of the land. Don't get caught up in paper terrorism, anybody's radical ideology. And a lot of people do that. We tend to be charismatic gods, and that causes a problem from time. Especially with ourselves and our own
When
ego.
we don't come in love,
Yeah,
right? Love is
exactly.
all inclusive.
Ma'at. Yeah, it
Yes.
goes back to
Balance,
Ma'at.
harmony,
Yeah, yeah,
stillness, oneness,
yeah.
right? When we don't come in love and we come instead in hatred, right? And hatred is basically saying that I don't recognize the God in you that's in me. Right?
And they get clouded. A promissory note is just that. It's a
Absolutely.
it is a debt. Not only is it a debt, I try to make people understand that what the ultimate European Caucasian, not European Caucasian, supreme phallic is that currency with their face on it. You won't never hear Donald Trump talk about dismantling Mount Rushmore. All right. Everything that pertains to the true history, he's trying to wipe out. But like you said, you utilize it.
He's wiping out Black history.
Exactly.
All power to him.
So I'm not black.
No.
So that's not my history.
Right.
You see,
Right.
so it's a deprogramming. It's not so much about decolonizing what they've done. It's a mindset that you have to change, and you have to stay focused on your agenda, which is the right agenda, which is the order of the day is nationality, and that's
And
what it's always
remember,
going to be.
nationality or the act of nationalization, literally means that you must pledge your
Right.
your commerce or your allegiance, if you will,
And that's to America.
to your state, and your state is connected to America.
Initiative. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
My state is of
the
America.
state is the plural. America is the singular. That's the
Right.
yeah. Okay.
Whether
Okay.
United States, North
Right.
America, or United States of America, it's all the same. It is
Yeah.
all. That's another thing that a lot of these bogus people get out here and they try to tell you that one is different from the other.
Well, because they getting on the one is a fictitious entity,
Yeah.
corporation, and
So I hear people
the
say
other
that
is the
I think it
republic.
was in 1860, I believe that the Congress adjourned Cena D. And then in I think in like 1870, supposedly this other corporation was established, right? Now, if that's the timeline, right, and supposedly in 1870, this new government, de facto government, came into play that was unconstitutional, the noble Drew Ali in the 1900s would not have been saying, hey, this is our government. He's well aware of it.
Exactly.
In his message, A Divine Warning, he speaks about since the free national constitution that had been established since 1774 wasn't broken, then there was no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendment for his people who were learning to be citizens, nor any other American citizen. That sounds like state nationhood, state nationhood.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Okay.
have to vote as a 14th Amendment citizen. The Constitution of 1774, when we actually came into this organized government, declared every man free and equal. And Drew Ali tells us about the Moors losing our nationality here in America, right? So we were already here with a nationality here in America. He said
Right.
that we lost it in 1774.
Right.
because we didn't honor it. But he's saying that since that very Constitution that was established back in 1774, since it has not changed, there is no reason. He said there is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendments for the salvation, so that's redemption,
Right.
of the Moorish Americans or any other American citizen.
Now, is that pertaining to the friendship treaty?
Drew Ali never made mention to any about any of them treaties.
Okay.
All right, so the treaty of Morocco and America, the United States back in 1786.
Right. Something like that. Yeah. 17.
All right, so
17.
that was between
Yeah. 87.
that was between the United States and Morocco, right?
Right.
Moorish Americans are not Moroccan subjects, so that means that during that we would be recognized as the United States of America in that treaty.
Right.
We wouldn't be recognized as the Moroccans
Exactly.
we were treating
Exactly.
with.
And that's the trick that's being played on a lot of people. You
I've
talk
had
about
people threaten my life because I made that statement.
see, but what it is people are being duped into thinking your birthright, you're here. Your birthright, you're American, North American,
Right.
not North Moroccan with
Right.
descendants.
I'm not a Moroccan American.
Yeah,
All right.
we're Americans.
I'm an American. Now, the word Moorish has many different levels to it.
Right.
One of them being dark skin,
Right. Yeah.
another being Islamic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So either way it goes, when I say I'm Moorish American, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm a Moroccan.
And then you have two different spellings. You have the MUU.
That's the bullshit too, bro.
Right.
I see
And the-
people talk about MUUR versus
the-
MOOR, and I'm like, where the fuck y'all get that from?
Right.
Because it's also spelled MOHR in
I've seen
one
it,
of the
yeah.
European dialects.
I've seen that spelling. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, it's MORE.
Yeah. Yep.
It's MAURO. It's MAURES.
But
I've
it's
seen
keeping
it
me.
spelled all kinds of ways. So you're telling me that due to the spelling, what about all these other spellings? What
Right.
where's
Right.
these niggas at?
Right. And I guess that's them historical point of view. I guess era of time with all of that. But what you don't want to be characterized or identified as when you speak about Moors as black. That's a no. I know
That's
that
an
much.
immediate no.
Immediately. Yeah.
So I was explaining yesterday. You got Moors out here who identify as American Indian. Now, the only way that a Moor can identify as an American Indian is if they're taking the word Moor to mean someone who's dark skinned,
Right. Okay.
not North African.
Right.
Moor to some people just means dark skin.
Right.
But in antiquity, we know that Moors were of all complexion.
Right.
So when they say, "Yeah, I'm an American Indian and I'm a Moorish Indian," so you're a dark skinned Indian. You're not a North African Moor.
Right.
Well, that's not what he brought,
Okay.
right? Because they'll tell you we're Moors and we're not Muslims. Okay. Well, he's talking about specifically the Muslims as Moors. Drew Ali makes mention of Spain and Europe and the Alhambra, the Taj Mahal,
Right.
Universities at Cairo and Baghdad, right? And he said these are Moors. So they weren't just dark-skinned people. Moor does not mean North African. Moor doesn't mean Moroccan. But it takes from the root.
Right.
I've seen there's a Moroccan over here in Pittsburgh, right?
To me,
from the country. of Morocco, right?
Right.
And he's very pale skinned. You know what I'm saying? Um, and he's like, yes, yes, we're all brothers with this and with that's right. And I'm explaining to him like, yeah, uh, those Moroccans and other people, Mauritanians, Tunisians, Tripoli, or whatever. I'm like, yo, I'm from those people. Yes, yes. But he's so Americanized, he couldn't get past the concept of black. And I'm like, brother, you're a Moroccan. I'm a Moroccan descendant. You're a Moroccan born in Morocco.
Right.
I'm a descendant of a
A
Moroccan
descendant. Exactly.
who came to America
To America.
and left their seed here.
Exactly.
And so I was born in America. This is my homeland right here.
Right. That's my birthright.
I'm not
America.
from. I have no allegiance to Morocco.
Yeah. I can call myself indigenous, but which is the proper order first, but my birthright is American. You know, I'm a
So
descendant
my
of
my
Morocco.
birthright, right, is Pennsylvania, America.
Exactly. And I'm Michigan, America. You see,
Right, right.
you see the Miami Dolphin logo. That's only because that's my favorite team. But I'm from Detroit, Michigan, born
Ain't
and
nothing
raised.
wrong with that, man.
And Lions is my second team. You know, that's
So
what that is.
here's how we know that the word more, if you will, or just the MR in and of itself, right? Um, it's prevalent in America, but it doesn't mean uh, uh, what these other Moors are trying. You have the Maori people of the Pacific. Maori. That's another Maori. That's another way to spell more, isn't it?
Okay, right? Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
have the Amaru
Right. Yeah.
people. Again, the M and the R.
Now you get into etymology, right? The
Yeah,
correct
because it's
origin of
really
it.
in the
So
language. The
yeah,
word
yeah,
Michigan is the same as the word American.
right.
It's the same
Yeah,
as the word Mexican.
yeah,
It's the
right.
same as the word Mohegan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the same as Amexim, or what they call Amexim.
I make some. Yeah,
America
yeah.
means land of the Moors. But what is a Moor? A Moor is love. A Moor. Listen to it. A Moor.
Mm-hmm.
As
More
one.
than that,
Amor. A Moor.
and that's
This is
love.
America.
That's love. Yeah,
The land of the beloved of the Spirit.
yeah.
That's another word. Mashiach. Messiah.
Okay.
Like all of these words they're in there.
Yeah.
Ameshicha, Sheikh, Sheikh, Shechina, America, America. These letters, some of these letters are interchangeable.
Right.
All right? And Moroccan Arabic and Spanish are interconnected. Particularly the Moroccan dialect of Spanish shares with Spanish, right?
Okay.
If I were to
Yep.
say the word rice, right, in Moroccan Arabic, but Arabic totally, but Moroccan Arabic, I would say arez, right?
You can.
Now, if
Okay.
I were to say rice in Spanish, I say arroz. If I were to
Okay.
say sugar in Arabic, I would say azúcar, or I would say zucca. In Spanish, it is azúcar. If I wanted to say shirt in Spanish, camisa,
Camisa.
camisa, right?
Right.
If I say shirt in Arabic, it's camis.
Camise. So the Spaniards used the feminine mainly. They put that A on the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
and roll the R's.
But see, because in Arabic we have the A's too.
Yeah.
If I
Okay.
say male Muslim, I say Muslim. If I say female, I say Muslimah.
Okay. Okay.
Sheikh, Sheikhina. Khalif, Khalifa.
Okay.
California is Khalifana, our Khalif. And it's in the feminine, Khalifa.
Right.
So Khalifa Na. Na in Arabic means ours.
Okay.
When I say Al Khalifa Na, I'm saying our Khalif, our ruler.
Got you.
So again, these little nuances that they run together. And again, in my studies, I'm trying to figure out, because I hear everybody talk, these Moors talking about a maxim, and I see where we get it from. I'm like, well, can y'all tell me about a maxim?
Right.
Right? Al-Meccan, we have out the Olmec people who are reminiscent of people in Mecca. Olmec, Al-Mec.
Okay.
I've seen depictions of Olmecan, the big stone heads that they found in South America.
Right. Yeah.
They got feathers and turbans on. They got feathers and turbans on. And it's undeniable. I've seen Indians, like American Indians, right? They wear a rendition of the fez themselves, where it's a cone that goes up, and then they have like maybe 2 or 3 tassels that are beaded up. Looks just like a fez.
Yeah.
Literally. Which again, it just shows you that there's really only one foundational, which is equity or Islam. There's only one real creed, and then everyone else has their own versions of that creed. With the Hindu people, right? Because I was studying Hinduism. See, I went into everything. Because I can't learn from just someone telling me. I have to experience. So,
are you a scientist?
Right. I have the Om tattooed right here on my chest, right next to Allah. Right? So the Hindu culture is not called Hinduism. All right? It's called Sanatana Dharma. Okay? Sanatana Dharma means the eternal law or the tradition of what? Of namaste, of peace.
Peace.
Of Ashanti, of peace. That sounds like Islamism to me.
Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
And then we have some of the Native American or American Indian cultures, particularly the ones that were in the Eastern Hemisphere of America. They have what's called the Great Law of what? Peace. Now, because I'm aware of Islam and because I'm aware of language, particularly, I'm able to see, these are all the same thing.
Right. Right.
They're literally the same. They mean the same thing. But we know that the Hindu culture, they have various aspects of the Creator. Well, according to Drew Ali's version of Islam, those are the thoughts of Allah manifest in the flesh. Those are the attributes and qualities of the Moorish Americans believe in a triune God.
Now explain, what is a triune God?
All right, love, mercy, and right. But when you look at God as government, then you see the 3 branches of government.
Right. Legislative, executive, judicial.
You also see the pattern of trust law. Settler, trustor, trustee, beneficiary.
Okay. You got
3. You know?
You got a creator and an enforcer and interpreter.
Period. right? So, man, again, I see what I see only because I was daring and willing to go learn for myself
Yeah.
rather
Yeah.
than to hear what other people had to say about it. Salam
Right.
alaikum. I've heard many people tell me. I had a sister tell me, right? I remember when I was dealing with her, I was still trying to get the RV Bay identification cards, right? And I told myself, I said, you know what? I desire to be ELI, which is still Ali, right?
Right.
And so I filled out the little paperwork and I paid whatever for the processing to get the card. And then I got a chance to talk to it was RV Bay herself, right? And
Right.
she's telling me, yeah, I can't put that there because Noble Drew Ali only made Ali El Bay Allen Day. And I said, oh, he made Allen Day. Can you show me that? Can you show me where Noble Drew Ali said owls and days?
Right.
You're telling me I can't put an I at the end of the EL that I already have.
Right.
Because you're saying that Drew Ali didn't bring that. By the way, I have evidence to show that Drew Ali used ELI himself, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But she told me I couldn't get the ELI because Drew Ali didn't bring it. And then she mentioned two other titles that Drew Ali never mentioned, like he mentioned them. This is what I mean by bogus people. They're just running with shit.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Drew Ali never brought Island Day. He never brought. And again, that's not to say that they're inaccurate, right? But if you're allowing people to put owl on their cards and day on their cards, you can't let me put an I at the end of my EL? Who the fuck are you?
So I mean that's another setting the precedence because if you have proof that he has actually
brother,
mentioned and used,
I have so much proof that Drew Ali was not who these people that we see today depicted him as. That a lot of these Moors who were in official seats, if you will, who used to sit there and try to ridicule me, they won't even approach me now. They won't talk to me now because they know that I have the proof.
You are a true historian
Period.
of just not you well rounded, and the title holds. I respect the title as a scientist.
I am in the position that I am in through virtue.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't just an inherent thing or something that somebody gave me. No.
Your research is thorough.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Again, when I first started talking about this, you weren't here when I first opened up, I don't believe. I made this statement that Noble Drew Ali was not, his name was not Timothy Drew, and he was not born in North Carolina. And then I went into the literature, it's the Black Book, where, when you sit through it, you'll see Noble Drew Ali said that I did not tell the people where I was born or who my parents were because I did not wish for them to make a shrine out of my birthplace or to make over my parents like the people did Jesus and Joseph, or Joseph and Mary. He tells you that.
Yeah.
I have in my possession a copy. I got it off of Ancestry.com, by the way. So it's legitimate paperwork. When Noble Drew Ali returned to Florida after leaving Havana, Cuba, right, in 1928, I have the ship manifest. The ship is called the USS Northland, right? And on it, it has his name, Drew Ali, right? It has his age. I think he was 40-something at the time, right? And it said that his birthday was January 8th, 1886. And it said his birthplace was Norfolk, Virginia. I also have a newspaper article from back in, I think maybe 1910, between 1910 and 1913. So this was before,
Right.
right? This is when he was Dr. Thomas Drew, the Egyptian adept, right? Where Drew Ali did 18 months in a federal institution, right?
Right.
And in the newspaper article, it says they misidentified. They said he was of he was an East Indian whose birthplace was Norfolk, Virginia, and they called him Thomas Drew, and it's him.
Right.
So here we have again this Norfolk, Virginia reference to him. And then, like I said, there's a statement that was allegedly made by Drew Ali where he was telling the people, let me see, what's he saying? If you are an active Moor, why are you dissing other Moors? Main principle is love. Where is it? Is love. Where is it? All right, so the reason why I'm exposing liars,
Exactly. That's
right,
your civic
is
duty.
because I love my people enough.
Yeah, that's your civic duty.
Right. I have
Ma'at.
the right. It is my duty to tell the truth. I'm supposed to just ignore the
Ma'at.
fact that these people are out here hating and not loving? That's what I'm supposed to do.
And when I part with you, my brother, I'm gonna always reiterate what the order of the day is.
Receipts,
Because
please.
with
Nigga, eat.
nationality.
Hold on. You know what? Receipts.
Okay, give them receipts.
No, I don't owe you a motherfucking thing.
Yeah, this is true.
I don't owe you a motherfucking thing. But if you would like the evidence, you can go on my YouTube channel. And you can sift through the 100 and some odd videos that I have where I show proof. As a matter of fact, when I get done with this, right, and I post it to my YouTube, you can catch it from the beginning and get your proof.
Matter of fact, what's your YouTube
Professor
channel?
Davis L. It's on.
Yeah.
The link is in the bio on this platform.
Yeah.
So you can go right to it.
But I would also,
And I'm speaking from experience.
I would also welcome the naysayers when they challenge you to that extent, and because Noble Drew Ali was also humble. He was ma'at.
Yeah.
So he was ma'at.
I had
So
to
don't
catch
let.
myself, and I'm glad I caught myself
Do
because
not
the
let.
individual
And
said
this is
that
why
they
I'm
didn't
saying
mean
this.
it that way.
Do not let individuals ruffle your feathers.
Right. You see me, I
Because
caught myself.
that is a distraction to distract you from your civic duty. You are never ever supposed to let people perpetrate
Islam.
fraud on
Night Rue. It is good for you to have that what's the term? Skepticism, and it's good for you to question.
Yes.
So with that, I
For sure.
apologize, right? Because I'm used to people attacking through questions.
Islam.
Right? I need for you to keep that same application of questioning when you listen to any of these other people. Make sure to get receipts from them. I have receipts. I am the receipt. I am the receipt. When I opened up with this, I was explaining that when I was running around here listening to these sovereign citizen Moors and thinking that was the way, I spoke about it. I've lost cars. I've lost finance, right? I've lost rank in the community that I'm in because I was out here following shit that wasn't right. And I've watched other people following the same information from the same sources, and they lost way more than I ever could. That people are losing lives, losing their minds, losing property, and you get to see them. They're splattered all over YouTube. The rise of the Moors, them niggas, they
that's who it
were
was.
misled.
The rise of the Moors.
What happened to them?
Those were the guys that were, and I think it was in Atlanta, the Rise of the Moors. They did
those were the brothers and sisters. Initially, they were in Rhode Island,
and they were traveling through Connecticut, I believe,
Yeah, I
on the
remember
way to
that they got pulled over.
Massachusetts, or
Yeah,
something like that,
yeah,
right? And they were in military gear,
yeah, yeah,
and they
yeah,
were armed. And
yeah.
when they were stopped, because they stopped to get gas, so they were being. Me, honestly, I feel like old boy was a plant.
And that's the more reason why it's your civic duty when you catch a liar or somebody is lying, they need to be exposed because
But
you got a
listen,
lot
right?
of plants. It's a
Listen,
lot of plants.
the brother Jamal, right? The brother Jamal, very, very knowledgeable, right?
Yeah,
I've seen evidence of him being able to assist others, right, and getting their cases dismissed. He couldn't do it for himself. When they got pulled over, they gave up them RV Bay IDs. That's not recognized by any fucking government.
and that's what a lot of people don't understand. You have to be recognized. If you're not
Man,
recognized,
right. Safe
you know,
passage.
yeah,
I can
and
pass
that,
through the port safely.
yeah, and that's what I've been trying to. The message I've been trying to get out is just that being properly recognized. You know, and everybody got their own hidden agendas.
Right. So
Like I said,
I know people who can use those RV Bay cards with no problem.
yeah,
None. Right. Um, and the individuals who are able to do so, that I know of personally, like they're not in it like being so public and teaching and explaining these things to the people, right? Because they feel
right,
like, hey, look, a lot of these people don't even want to fucking listen and follow direction, right?
right, right,
Now, I've used that card. I was able to use those cards as well, but because I kept studying, I had more questions, right? I came to the conclusion that I don't need that shit. If I were to say that fuck it, RV bait, right? If I didn't say fuck RV bait, I said fuck it, right? But anyway,
right.
uh, RV bait offers 3 forms of identification. All right, and of the 3, only one of them I consider valid, and that's the student ID, because RV Bay is an American institution. It has a Duns and Bradstreet number, so it's doing business in the public, even though the people are telling you don't do business in the public. But that's
Right. Right.
right.
Yeah.
But then they have a traveler's ID and they have an allodial ID. And they tell you the allodial ID, it's yours, you made it. So you're an individual? Drew Ali said, don't be out here acting like no fucking individual. He told you, don't do that. Don't do business as an individual. RV Bays, their allodial cards, they'll tell you this is yours. And if you can't stand on it, that's on you. No, fuck that. I can't call y'all when there's a problem.
Well,
I know
that
for a fact,
so
Taj
so
Tariq Bay in tandem with all of that, Taj and Abdullah, right? I used to
so.
follow. I still have respect for the brothers, right? To some degree,
But is it
right?
safe to say when you're acting as an individual, you're acting with the machine to keep us
But listen,
divided to
hold
conquer?
on.
Is that
At a
safe to say?
particular time, I had 2 wives at one particular time, right?
Okay.
Which is just a union, right? All
Right.
right. And they went out a few years ago, right, to meet up, books and all of that, Taj and Abdullah, whatever, right? And while they were there, I guess they were well received, maybe, whatever the case may be. But the car had broken down, right? Now, they were all coming together to talk about supporting each other and one another and whatnot. Hold on. So I didn't say any names. But anywho, right? The car broke down and they needed assistance to get home, right? So I think they went to maybe Philly, or they left Pittsburgh. They left this side of town.
they could not get assistance from these people that are out here telling you, hey, look, follow us and do what we're doing and this and that, not this. Right? A lot of us putting our time and energy and respect and adoration into these people. And when it came down to it, when it really came to them to be the message that they preach, crickets. Crickets. I don't trust anyone who deals with the Moors Order of the Round Table. Anyone who deals with the National Association of Moorish Affairs. Anyone who deals with the Moorish American Consulate. Anyone who claims the Moorish Federal National Republic. I don't fuck with none of them.
Empire, Morocco.
Yeah, none of that. None of that's from him.
Right.
None of that is from him, and none of that was taught by him. You wouldn't say that, and I understand that. I said that because that's where I stand. Respectfully, of course.
Listen, I say this too, and keep this in mind. Modern day problems have ancient solutions. And that goes back to who you keep pointing to on the back of that board there.
Absolutely,
You
my
go
big
back
brother.
to you go back to his teaching. Now, signs of the time are prevalent, and we will alter. Everything has been plagiarized.
Yeah.
But the vocal point and the focus should always be on the original way.
So again, that black book that I gave you, that the Moorish, where is it at? The Moorish Economic Security Manual for Moorish Americans, right?
Right.
That has all of the information that I could find in the public pertaining to Noble Drew Ali, right?
Yep. Yep.
And I learned when I was in prison, right? I went into prison as a Christian, right? Or at least thinking that, right? And I had never been around anything other than Christianity prior to going upstate. So now I'm here and I'm upstate, and I'm being exposed to all types of Islam and Judaisms and all of these others, whatevers, right? And I was still, I had to try Christianity first, right? I had to really try to see it through because that's all I knew, right?
Right.
And so what I learned, because while I was there, I would talk with people who were like, I used to go to church in there and all the chaplain, right? Trying to find myself, whatever, right? And I had somebody explain to me, and I'll never forget it. He said that what they did, because they deal with Christianity, right? But they don't deal with, at the time he was saying they don't deal with Catholicism. He said that he had to go into the Bible, right, and find Jesus. He said that he had to look at what Jesus said versus what everyone else said that he said, right? And take only what Jesus said as truth of what he said, right?
Right.
So that allowed me to leave Christianity quick. But I used that same process with Drew Ali. Right?
Okay.
Again, when I came into the movement, I was under R.V. Bay, Canaan Land Moors, Moors Order of the Round Table, and then I left them alone and their constituents alone. And I was under the Moorish American National Government, right? And then I left, and I'm sitting in all these halls, right? And I'm like, I don't understand how everybody having the same information is coming to different conclusions. And so that's what compelled me to go and find everything that I could find in the public on what did he say?
Right.
Because I'm always hearing people, they'll say something like, it takes finance to uplift the nation. That's what Noble Drew Ali said. Yeah, he definitely said that. Where did he say that? Right? And then you have other people who will say, oh, you can't, and I said this earlier, they say you can't trust the oral statements and prophecy. So where did Noble Drew get it to say it, right? When I found when I found the Moorish Guide newspaper, right? The Moorish Guide newspaper, anything that Noble Drew Ali stated, he put his own name on. So when I started reading just what he said,
Right.
I said, these niggas that lost their rabbit ass minds inside and outside of the temple.
Well, once again, modern day problems have ancient solutions. So
Absolutely.
when you did that, you went back to the original teachings, and it exposed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Yeah.
and you know, so that's a plus factor for you. And then there's some decision making on your part, so you don't get backlash from those who you exposing. You can expose them, which is your civic duty, or you can allow them to lead astray.
So
So,
I know that in Oriental Islam and in Americanized Islam, that culturally, as a Muslim, that I am supposed to stand for the truth, even if it means giving my very life to uphold the truth. Right?
and the
Those are
proper
called um, uh, not hold on, mujahideen. They're martyrs, right? They're those who have um, stood for the cause of Islam, right? And like I said, have even given their very lives to uphold it. That's what I
well,
feel like I'm doing.
it's an order to everything.
Yeah.
And if people are not ready to understand or succumb to their true nationality, once again, that's another telltale sign of them being exposed to being the opposition.
Peace to
Okay,
easy.
you see, so you gotta pay attention to that as well. Yeah, the proper order is, you know, if I want to continue to call myself Afro American, African American, colored, black, and I haven't. If you become 30 years old and no wisdom starts to kick in, something is wrong. You already have an agenda, or you may be working for somebody already to lead us straight.
If you do not control your own mind, if you do not govern your own mental, there are programs out here that will do just that.
A whole lot of them, a lot of them. You know,
Right? And so I just want to make this statement, right? All of the names that I've mentioned, right? I've learned from these people,
yeah, yeah,
right? I've learned good and bad from all of the names that I've mentioned, right? So honor is due where honor is due, right?
oh yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
but I'm just saying for the record, I don't stand in line with any of them. If ever I were to stand in line with any of them, they would have to stand behind me with me at the front.
Right.
I'm over the celebrity awestruckness and shit. I ain't got that to do with anybody out here. I don't even do it to him.
When the one brother lost me when he talking about get five people and pledge allegiance to me. He
Who
lost.
said that?
That was a brother. That was a brother. I really don't want to even mention no
Right,
name.
right.
I want to leave that part out of it, but it was crazy work. It
So
was
you
crazy
have a
work.
lot of
Yeah.
people trying to be high priests for
Yeah.
other people, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They use the organ. So they use the large system, and they use the large system and the Robert's rules or orders of procedure, right?
Right.
That's what they use. This is what every national organ. So they use what we know that the Masons use.
And mind you, he gave me some good information. However, he was talking about um um Morocco, right? I'm a descendant from Morocco. My
Right,
birthright is American. So when you're talking
right.
about denouncing citizenship here and pledging allegiance
That I wish I could
elsewhere,
remember this knucklehead's name now. There's this brother, you know,
and we
he's
may
got
be talking
this
about the same brother. We might be the
possibly,
same.
and
Yeah,
he out there rambling. He stays in like a boardroom, and he's
yeah,
got several, like one of these here, one on this side,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah,
There's a
yeah,
table, and he's
yeah,
out here talking crazy about Moorish America.
yeah,
Talk
yeah,
about we're Moroccan subjects and we owe our allegiance to the Sultan of Morocco,
yeah, yeah.
and Moorish American is not a real. Like I'm
So
like,
you
yo,
know,
my nigga, word.
but now you know you're dealing with a lot of different ideologies. The same thing with the Bible, right?
So listen, right? That brother is teaching Pan Africanism.
Exactly, exactly.
And again, just for the people who are still here, right? And I'm going to go right to the newspaper article, right, entitled "The Moorish Science Temple of America." Okay, so brother, if you got this copy, right, this version of the copy, because there were several ones that went out.
Let me
Are you
see.
familiar with this page?
Hold on. That's in the Moorish American Economic Security,
Yeah,
Emmanuel.
yeah.
Okay, let me show it to me again. Yeah, Moorish guy. Yeah.
All right. So if you were to go to the
Hold on. Let me see.
34th newspaper article entitled "The Moorish Science Temple of America," all right.
Wait a minute. 34, you said?
Yep, number 34.
I got you. Yep.
All right, I need you to read the second paragraph.
So the second paragraph,
Very short.
it is most earnestly hoped that the Moorish Science Temple of America will not in any way be confused with any back to Africa movement. Such is not important insofar as American citizens of our group colonizing Africa are concerned.
So there you go.
None of those.
So we're not Pan Africanists.
Now, let me ask you this, and these are from the words of Noble Drew Ali,
Yes,
so people can understand what I just read and what we're talking about. His followings is what we're on, what we're going at.
absolutely. That's when I started rocking with just whatever he said. That opened doors for me.
Right.
Because prior to me getting my hands on his information, I was getting it filtered by anyone who was willing to give it.
Now let me say this to you. Is this his words verbatim?
Yeah.
So people will
So we would
understand.
be
So they
able
won't
to
think that.
find these newspaper articles, right?
Yeah.
Um, I know I found a few of them myself. I got in contact with there was a library in Newark, New Jersey, and I also got information from the Chicago Defender in Chicago, Illinois, right? All
Okay.
pertaining to Drew Ali. But you would
Right.
be able to I was told that I would be able to go to like a library and use the old reels, I guess,
Right. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that I
Yeah.
would be able to pull up because Noble Drew Ali was circulating his newspaper, right?
Right.
I'd be able to pull up those newspaper articles to verify. And there
Right.
are Moors who are in the in the movement, whether they are in temple organizations or not, where they show you can Google search certain stuff on the internet and you'll see it was the Moorish Guide newspaper article, right? And as a matter
Right.
of fact, hold on. So the very
It's in.
last page, right? You should have this.
Let me see. Hold on.
So there's like 47 articles in total. So right after the 47th and the 48th, do you have this?
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me go to it. Let me see. That's 43. 46, 47. I think it's in here, but it's not on the four. I've seen that somewhere in here. That
All right,
article. I've
so
seen it somewhere.
you may have received an edition before I got my hands on this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let
but
me
what
see.
this is this is the national edition of the Moorish Guide newspaper, right? November 30th, 1928. So this would be if I were to take this and just type it and make it what? Well, how many's in this so far? 47. So if I were to make this, I would take this and make this 48 and type it out.
I
You
think
understand
that's
what I'm
in here.
saying?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that every one of these newspaper articles look like this in
Right.
its original sense.
Right.
So these are Drew Ali's words or the words of those that Noble Drew Ali authorized.
Okay. That's in here somewhere. I've seen that in one of these books.
Right.
Matter of fact, it
It's
might be the other.
definitely in this. It's in the black book if you've seen it. And
Okay.
again, it would be the last of that Moorish Guide information.
Right.
Right. It would just
It's
so
47
mine.
of them.
It's on the very next page. Right.
Right.
You have 47, and then the rest of 47 takes up this whole page, and then you turn to the next page, and this article should be on the back. If it's in there, then this is where it
That's
would be.
where it would be. Okay. Let me see. I don't think.
Right
then if it's,
after the newspaper articles, there should come the oral statements.
you
But
have that
nonetheless,
now.
I can show you this and I can send this to you. It's no big problem.
Okay.
But let me read
Yeah.
to you what it says, though, since we're on the subject, right?
Yep.
It says, meeting to greet the prophet, right? But anyway, it says, notice to all Moors. So Drew Ali gave notice to all Moors, right? It says, write a letter to the Supreme Business Manager. So we had a Supreme Business Manager at 3140 Indiana Avenue. Now, most of us who are aware of the organization know that was the major Grand Temple headquarters address. He said
Okay.
to write a letter to the Supreme Business Manager and let him know what you think of the Moors having their own towns, their own mayor, their own alderman, their own chief of police, their own
Governments.
judges, their own city halls, their own temples, their own lands, their own houses, their own parks, and their own business establishments. That's
Yeah.
what was pushed in the newspaper.
Right.
You can't
Which
tell
sound.
me that Drew Ali was telling us to get away from American commerce when he was just basically telling us that we should be able to build up our own community
Your own. And that's
here
what
in
the
America.
and that's what the four prongs, the four prong standard of the Montevideo Convention, Article 1 speaks on. That right there. That right there. And that's basically what's not being, because we have a lot of individualism, everybody's ideology, and that's why I keep reiterating, let's go back to the beginning again. Let's go back to his teaching and what he was talking about. Noble Drew
Right,
was talking about.
right. I had to go to the source.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, I cannot learn the ways of a Samoan from someone who's
Yeah.
not Samoan.
You don't recite hockey rules, NHL rules at a football game. So and that's what people got to get away from. My own It's never gonna be my own opinion. It's never gonna be my own word. It's gonna
Right.
be traced back to what I've studied.
I speak out
So
of my own accord.
yeah, you
I'm
got to
guided
send me
by
that.
the
I see.
spirit.
Yep, and that's what a lot of people are getting away from, because you know, our own egos. We subscribing to the abdication of our egos.
See,
And
I've
that's a
let my
fact.
ego go. I do my best to subdue my ego because it's really not about me, right? I
Yeah.
can't. I can't be saved. I've saved myself, right? But if it's just me and I don't have anybody else around me, I'm not secure. So
We should be able to have, you know, um, those conversations and be able to revert back to whom we all agree that we should be following the doctrine we should follow. So when somebody speaks in opposition, well, here's the equalizer, here's the arbitrator, and that arbitrator should come from the language and the history of Noble Drew Ali. Because everybody common sense ain't common. People
uh,
like to people like to redefine words. People like to plagiarize. They like to do all of this stuff,
all of
and
that
and
shit.
and, and they might not even know they're doing that. However, it's always good to revert back to the original. And that gets rid of the animosity, the hate, the arguments unnecessarily, because the main goal is um um uniting, you know.
Anyone who teaches to disunite, that I don't fuck with them. Period.
Exactly. And that's all, and that's you have to do that. You have to stay away from that.
Yeah, they can stay wherever they at. Right.
That's that's their job.
I'm part and parcel to this government. Right. So I'm
Right.
party to it. Right. I'm vested in it. Right. I belong to it. I
Right.
represent it. And I represent. Drew Ali said it is not money. It is not money that makes the man. It is free national standards and power that
Yeah.
make the man and the nation.
Yeah. Nationality.
Right.
Yeah.
So, right. So, whoever has that same national character, that's who I stand with. It don't matter what you
And
look
that
like. If you stand on, if you are willing to honor me, the governance in me, the way that I honor the governance in you, right? Then we can agree. We can place our hand in each other's hand, right? No shaking necessary, right? Firm grip, as Muslims do, right? Muslims don't shake. Muslims palm press. We're honoring one another. We're placing our hand in the hand of Allah from that person. So when we place our hand in Allah's hand, all is well. When man
Islam.
honors man, he honors the law. And all Allah wants for man to do is to give their life and sacrifice to all of other humanity.
And also, let me add to that, because history, what our president to this date is doing is trying to divide a people. And I'm gonna say that because
Um,
he has ignited um um hatred,
do
a certain
you
group of people that
So,
has
do
hatred.
you
And I'm
feel
gonna go
that
back
he
to the
ignited it, or
yeah. Well, when you
possibly?
have
All right. Do you? Let
when
me ask you this: do you feel like that those were his intentions?
I don't know what his intentions was. I only know the ending result, the
Because
aftermath
the truth can
brung
ignite
about.
that shit.
Well, this is what I was gonna get to before I got there. They never showed us that the Black Panthers had meetings with white folk, so to speak, poor white folk who were under the same conditions, and that was for a reason, right? Now we've gotten a lot of but because of Trump, he's exposed, because they chose to keep bringing up some information on him. He exposed the Nixon uh, uh, audio footage, so he has been a good but bad, right? So now you're talking about what he has instigated in these white supremacist hate groups. They felt the need to storm the Capitol.
I'm a white supremacist.
Well, yeah, but you're a descendant. You see what I'm saying? You're a different, and
Let me rephrase that. I'm a white American.
right, exactly,
I
exactly.
believe
That's
in
the
the pure
difference.
race.
But these groups and organizations
These
believe in
groups,
hate.
they have
You
a
believe in peace,
misunderstanding or a
exactly,
misinterpretation.
and yours is about peace. Theirs is about hate.
Right now,
So
what I'm saying, all I'm saying is Trump coming out here and exposing the truth. That was his job. He didn't.
we're,
I don't feel as me personally, from my observation,
what
I
is
didn't
the? Let
feel
me
like
ask you
he
this.
intentionally focused on these motherfuckers to go hard. These are people who don't understand themselves what it means to be a citizen,
The
and they
suffix.
are the race hatreds that are coming up, the ignorances that's coming up in everybody.
Yeah, but what is the suffix ist mean? What is that?
Study, observation, like scientists. It's the
So, but in the contents of white supremacists,
one who feels that the white race is superior above all other races. Sounds like part and parcel to me.
yeah,
Respectfully
and
so.
see, but see now what we have to do is deprogram our way of thinking of the word color white.
Right. So there
See,
are
we
people
already
just like,
been we've been
listen, just
already
like
programmed to
we
think
got
that we
people who
black.
identify as black and they sound
Yeah,
very intelligent.
which is right, which is
We have
crazy.
people who identify as white and sound very ignorant. And even that's vice versa.
I agree. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So he's not bringing out he the shit that Trump is out here speaking on and doing is bringing out either the best or the worst that was already in those people.
Yeah,
He's not at
exactly.
fault for that. That's how the meltdown happens.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So
I agree.
I feel like that's necessary because now all of, as Jurali says, one day I'm going to let down all the evil spirits. All
And
right,
they're being exposed.
that's
Yeah,
what's going on.
yeah. It's a lot of
Everybody who has
exposure.
hate in their heart, they're exposing themselves, and
Yeah,
unbeknownst to them, they finna get rid of. They're fitting to be got rid of.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
But
not mad that these people. It's unfortunate that there are people who honestly think that because a person's darker or lighter, right, that they're different in any manner, right? I consider all of humanity in the white race, right?
yeah,
To me, there's only
yeah.
one race,
That's it.
all
And
right,
that's and
and
this is where people and
everybody
this is
falls under it. To
and
me,
this is where people keep getting duped and tricked right there when they don't see humanity as one
right?
because of the different philosophies, ideologies, etc., and hidden agendas.
Again, a
And
lot of people they don't want to. They want to feel better than everybody. You got people out here. You got the Democrats, whether they're quote unquote black or white, right? And they're out here and they can't. What's crazy to me is black and white Democrats. They can't get together.
because I say this all the time. What is an apple, an orange, and a pineapple and a banana? They're fruits. A Democrat, an independent, a Republican, they are politicians. So the history of politicians is what people need to focus on. They have the
So
same
it is not the
agenda.
office, right, or the seat that is negative. It's the people who,
It's the people. Yeah,
right. So, like, I align with the Republican Party. Period. Flat out,
right,
point blank.
right. That's
Right.
the
I'm
original. That's
aware.
what we supposed to be aligned with.
Now, I'm aware that there are people in the Republic who represent the Republic who don't particularly represent my views. They have a
Right.
misunderstanding or they have their own agenda.
Right.
right? But nonetheless, I'm a Republican. I know that the Constitution, right, that my ancestors are party to, was only under the Republic. It wasn't under anything else. It wasn't under the democracy. It wasn't
Exactly.
under these treaties. It wasn't under any of these Indian treaties, right? That's for other people. Everybody has their own business. My shit was under the Republic, for which it
Exactly.
stands. One nation, under
Yeah.
God, indivisible. I can't look at you and say that just because you look like that, that you're not one with me. We're indivisible.
And
I can't
that's
pull that
why.
flag and be like I'm an independent
But
or
that's
I'm,
why they.
or I'm a Democrat.
That's and see if you can take a people away from tradition, now that opens the door for you to infiltrate, and that's why they stopped us from pledging allegiance. You know, I'm finna tell my age a little bit. When we were kids in elementary and high school, elementary and junior high, because when you get older, they don't want you to speak on exactly what you just talked about
I
because now that's still
recall,
in our mind. We used to
I,
pledge the
re-
allegiance.
I recall in like middle school, I guess it would have been,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Uh, I used to not want to get up, right?
Cause
I
you,
used to not
cause
want to
you,
get up and pledge allegiance, right?
yeah.
Now listen, check this out, right? When Moorish Americans stand on their square, what am I doing? I'm ready to pledge allegiance.
You pledge it, yeah, yeah.
But listen, this is the symbol of Islam. You
Right.
see Moors out here doing this all day. And they don't recall that you used to do this every fucking day for the Republic? Every day we sat up there on our square, looked at the American flag, and said
Yeah,
Islam.
yeah.
It's our hand in God's hand, because God is in the heart, right? So every
Right.
day we stood up and placed our hand in God's hand and bore witness. The niggas don't even see that shit. Every day we
Yeah,
did this.
yeah, yeah,
He did this.
yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? And we lose sight of what we're really out here doing. How can you sit here and place your right hand on your heart and not realize that you're a part of the Republic?
Goes back to modern day problems. Got
But they
ancient
want to tell you,
solutions.
oh, that's masonry and supersonic signs, and nigga, that's the universal greeting of peace.
Yep,
This here.
yep.
So that means that America was founded on an Islamic value. Right here when you do it,
They
because
give you
you don't see that. You don't see that too much in Europe,
no,
but you do see
no.
it in Muslim areas that are in Europe. I could go to any Muslim, a Yemeni, a Moroccan, a Sudanese, a Saudi. I could go like this, and they're immediately going to do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately.
Yeah,
It's nature to them.
yeah, yeah.
They can't. That's like when someone walk past you and they say hi, and you say hi, and then you look and you realize it's someone you don't even fuck with, but it was you hi,
Instinct, the
right?
instinct. Yeah,
Program, right?
right. Yeah,
You
yeah,
shoot your
yeah.
shit real quick. Any Muslim, they're gonna do it back to you.
Yep, yeah.
And this is what we're doing here in America.
And we need to get back to that.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah. We need to get back to that.
And other people who do it, there are Native Americans, there are American Indian tribes that do it. A lot. Again, this is a universal greeting, and we know that the universal greeting is ma'at. It's balance,
Right.
it's harmony, it's
Exactly.
Islam, right? It's equal, it's equity, right?
Yeah.
It's the balance of the ledger.
What is the maxims? What is it? The 10 maxims? Is it?
The 10
and
Commercial
after,
Maxims. Oh, I love
yeah,
that. Damn, I don't. Oh, I didn't even bring that book downstairs. I have a
yeah,
book that makes mention of those things.
yeah, 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 yeah. It's just a lot of tradition that's been taken away or hidden by design.
Right. So I'm here myself, brothers and sisters like myself, we're here to expose.
Yeah, man.
Drew Ali said that he had to expose, and he told me I'm supposed to imitate him. So now I'm here to expose.
There it is.
Right? For the brother who was like, damn, like you just throwing him basically under the bus. Noble Drew Ali threw everybody who went against him under the bus. Let everybody know who was out of pocket. Claude Green, right? They put him in the dirt.
Yeah,
Lomax
yeah,
Bay, Drew Ali made it known. That's in the newspaper articles. Ali made it known that Lomax Bay was no good, that he was holding the money from the prophet and wasn't giving it back to him and telling the people follow him. Drew Ali ain't got no power. He put you out. He told you who was going against him.
man.
And that's
And,
why I do it. He mentioned them
yeah,
by name.
yeah,
He didn't overlook them. He didn't keep it hush. No, he told you. He said, I could count on my hand how many people that are with me and have fingers left over. That's two. Because your thumb is not a finger.
right.
Emily L and his wife. Everybody else, Emily L and Sister Millie L. Because even Drew Ali's own wife, Pearl, went against him. That's why the brother Claude Green got put in the dirt to begin with. Because he was having an affair with the prophet's wife while he was out on tour.
These are all history, and see this is
It's
story.
there, right?
This is
And then
yeah.
again,
These are
Lomax Bay, he was in cahoots as well.
yeah,
So Drew Ali was out. I think he was in the South. He had to come back because when he sent for money, realized that his wife was the Grand National Treasurer, right?
right.
So he sent word to his wife, I need more finance to keep it pushing. Her, Claude Green, and Lomax Bay got together already and said that they're not giving him the bread, so he had to come back. And then he issued a warning to be read at every meeting because to let them know, and even mentioned in one of his newspaper articles that he vacated the seat of Lomax Bay because the nigga stood out and did not, he went
Right,
against the movement.
right.
And a lot of
Yeah,
these people, they're doing the same shit.
exactly.
That's why I'm out here, I'm saying the things that people don't say.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
that. It need to be said. I had a brother say, man, don't
yeah.
speak. We said, don't speak on the dead, or that's only speculation. You don't know if his wife, Pearl Drew Ali, was having an affair with Claude Green. All right? I'm gonna fucking say it.
Right, right,
Ali knew that he couldn't trust nobody. He couldn't trust anybody. Everybody was getting too big for their britches. Right? Matter of fact, hold on. Because we're talking about it, right?
right.
Charlie issued this warning talking about hold on. Dude. This is what I mean. When you go to Drew Ali's newspaper articles, it's number 26 in the newspaper articles, right? I'm going to read
Okay.
what it's called to be proclaimed at every meeting. Again, it's number 26, right?
26.
It starts
Yep.
off this long. It says, I am glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There was a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claimed that I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so that they may take charge of the situation. Now, who did he say was working against him?
His own kind.
His own kind.
His own kind.
His own kind. So he already told me, right? He says, I
You
have
going?
notified all these things to you long ago in the past.
Yeah.
It is right. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds.
And that's why our side of the nation
Yeah,
has to
right. I'm
police.
glad you caught that. Yeah.
Has to
Because he's saying
police.
that we're all Americans, but we
Yeah.
have a group. We represent one part of the whole.
Yeah. Yeah. And let's
We're
and
not the
let's
only part, and we're
yeah,
not
let's
the whole.
and let's just use the geographical scale of it, of our side. You have north, south, east, west. Let's just put it in those layman terms.
I
And
believe
there's
that he meant
difference.
more so along the lines of Muslim,
Yeah.
being our
Yeah.
side of the
When he
nation.
said yeah,
Muslim,
yeah.
period. Because we have
And that,
Muslim Americans, Christian Americans, right?
right.
So
Our
I think
side.
that when he says of our side of the nation, he's speaking specifically to the Muslims.
I can agree with that. I can
He's
agree
saying
with
that
that.
it was the Muslims, and it wasn't just the ones that looked like us.
Yeah.
There were Arabs, there were Turks. I know specifically there was a Turk that went against him, and he established what is known today as the Nation of Islam.
Yeah. And you finally had the Minister Farrakhan speak out as to how they got started and where they come. And he gave props to Noble Drew Ali. He
He
paid
says
homage
that
to him.
Elijah Muhammad also gave Drew Ali his props.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I know from me observing, right, the Times, Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, all these other individuals, I recognize that everybody they were belonging to multiple organizations.
Exactly.
This is what we
Different
call the
agendas.
Roaring Twenties.
Different agendas. And that's what it was. It was wrong.
But what it was all
Everybody was
about
opportunist.
economic growth
Yeah.
for those
Yeah.
who have been given the national status as of 1865. With the 13th Amendment, they were now free to be themselves, right? And all of those people coming out of the South into the North, we were doing big business.
Yeah.
So everybody was looking like, hey, we're bringing everything together. I feel like everybody was sharing from everybody. Drew Ali said, this is my program, right?
Right.
That means that he developed, it could have been anybody that brought this
Right.
information to us, but it was him.
Exactly. It was exactly.
And
Yep.
then there were other people who I can see were definitely parts. If they were parts of other organizations, they were definitely a part of the Moorish Science Temple of America as well.
Right.
Elijah Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad,
Yeah.
right? These are people who were a part of that, who were at least, yeah, they were. I have a picture.
Yeah, I know that picture with
There's a
Matthew Fuad
picture.
Muhammad. With
Yeah,
Matthew
there's a
Fuad
picture with
Muhammad.
Elijah Muhammad standing behind Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah. Yeah. And Matthew Fuad Muhammad, I think, is in
So
one of those
I mean,
pictures.
there's been a lot of people
They were
that
they were
tried,
his understudy. They were his understudies.
right, and they were out there, just like him. They were out there trying to learn what they wanted to be businessmen and women too.
Exactly.
But just like a lot of other people, they wanted the power for themselves. They said, "Fuck it,
Well,
we're going to go and create our own movement." And they went back to what they know. They went back to black,
right.
and
Right.
that's where they fumbled at.
Yeah.
Again, one of the things that really rubs me the wrong way is when you hear these Moors say that they're not black, Negro, colored, and they tell you they're North African descendants. And they tell you they're Moroccans, but they don't say that they're white. That shit blows
Because
my fucking mind, man.
well, it would blow your mind but what you have to understand, it was a brainwashing and a colonized
It just
mental
shows
state
me
that has
that the
happened,
people aren't studying as deep into the information.
as they should. Yeah,
Right,
yeah, yeah.
right.
It's
So when I come to these people who act like they're more qualified than me, I lie.
you could ask this question and you would see the colonized mind. You could ask so-called Moors, whatever their title is, are they proud to be Americans? And they will say, a lot of them will say no.
Yeah, that shit. Again,
You know, they'll say no because of the brainwash that is taking place with just in a period of time of those roaring 20s on to now.
Drew Ali said that 50 years after I am gone, you will not even know that I've been here.
And a lot of them, a lot of the generation under us, they don't know who Emmett Till is, Harriet Tubman. So a lot
I
of
remember
wisdom,
asking one of the little young brothers about Marcus Garvey, right?
he won't know who he is.
He doesn't know who Marcus Garvey is. So I
He
remember
won't know.
I'd ask someone who was about my age as well, right? I say, yeah, man, you know about the UNIA, right? And they go, the what? I'm like, the Universal Negro Improvement. I might have even said it wrong, but I was like, Marcus Garvey. And he was like, who's Marcus Garvey?
Right, right.
And I'm like, W.E.B. Du Bois. And they're like, I don't know who. He's like, I don't know who them people are. And I'm like,
Booker T.
damn,
Booker
like,
T. Washington. They don't even know who Medgar Evers was.
who?
Medgar Evers. They don't even know who he is. A lot of them don't even know who he is and what he
I don't.
did.
I can honestly say I haven't heard that name, but I'm interested.
So Medgar Evers, he was around Martin Luther King and Malcolm X's time. Yeah, he got assassinated, and he was a civil rights activist as well. But you didn't hear about him because you had Malcolm and Martin. He came.
Right.
He was around their time.
They
So
all took the money.
yeah,
Malcolm took the money. Martin took the money,
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
and they paid with their lives, literally. They paid with their lives. When Malcolm when it came out in the Nation of Islam that Elijah Muhammad was having financial business with a European, right? A lot of
Right.
shit shook up the movement for a moment.
Yeah, yeah. And
Because
then
here
you
they
got
are on one end telling all their people that they're not Negroes, they're black, which if you speak Spanish, you already see the bullshit right there.
exactly. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But not only are they telling them that they're not Negroes, but that they're black men, they're telling them that the white man is the fucking devil. And in private, they're dealing. So basically, you're doing business with the devil. The devil's financing our movement out here. Now, Noble Drew Ali already made mention that he was going to go south, that he was going to have a run-in with the Ku Klux Klan, and that they were going to, instead of fucking with him, they were going to let him go on about his business. So that sounds like to me, because he was on tour, that sounds
Right.
like to me like he was rubbing elbows and shit and doing business with them and showing them, extending that
Right.
love. Like, hey, look,
Exactly. Exactly.
right? Drew Ali never hid that from his people. Again, this is one of the things that really bothers me is that Noble Drew Ali, he's telling you that he fucks with the Europeans.
Right. Right.
He said, I'm going to the inauguration of the president. Fuck he show up there for if he ain't like the dude. If he ain't feel like that was a part of the movement, why would he show up?
Well, I understand this, and I take that to be this. He understood who the true patriot of America is. He
Right. But
understood we're the true
I'm
fathers, so we have to set those examples. It's
right.
hard, but we got to set the better examples.
So now, do
So,
you know that Marcus Garvey was also doing business with Europeans?
yeah,
And he
yeah,
wasn't telling the
yeah.
Europeans, to go back to Europe. He
But
was
that's
just
just
saying, look, Africa for Africans, America for Americans, and Europe for Europeans,
but
Asia for
yeah,
Asians. That's all that was his thing. And that to me sounds like equal business opportunity.
and that's what the Panthers was doing as well. They didn't
To a
show you none of the
degree.
meetings. They didn't show you none of the meetings where there were actual so-called where there were actual
Right.
Caucasians at those
Right.
meetings as
I
well.
kind of
So,
remember there's the one brother, Frank. I keep hearing Frank in my head. Uh, but there was a brother who was a part of the Black Panther Party. He was the one who initiated the what we
Fred
know today
Hampton,
as the WIC program and whatnot,
is
right?
you thinking Fred Hampton?
Fred,
Maybe.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Fred
they
Hampton.
slaughtered
Yeah,
that young man
yeah. I think
because
it's
he
like
was out here
26,
organizing with
21.
every fucking body.
Yeah,
Remember, they had the Rainbow Coalition.
yeah, yeah.
He was
That's
he
Jesse
was like,
Jackson.
yo, everybody who feel like their conditions could be better, let's support each other. Let's all come together in support of one another against our common
Well,
so-called.
you had many movements, right? You had the Africa movement, which was in the 80s. They got bombed in Philadelphia, right?
Right.
So you had a lot of that going on, and these people were trying to establish their sovereignty, so to speak. A bit radical, um, but nobody
No, I
deserved.
did not call you love.
Can you imagine in the 80s bombs being dropped in your community, in
Okay.
your region to wipe you out? So it wouldn't
Man.
be smart. It wouldn't behoove you to go against a country that you've already pledged allegiance to.
Period.
Those rules, that constitution is the law of the land. It's the supreme, it's the
Drew
supremacy
Ali was the
clause.
definition of a politician.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
He was willing to rub elbows with everybody. Hey, look, I extend my hand in unity. I'm willing to
that's
help
it.
you and bring all my people to help you as long as we're all working towards this common goal to help one another. He was lobbying. He was showing up. Yeah, again, one of those newspaper articles, you can tell by the way it was presented that it's not even a Moorish guy newspaper article. It's a newspaper article about the Moors from a different source. And they're speaking highly, not only of Noble Drew Ali, but of his movement. This other newspaper was saying that whatever it is that Noble Drew Ali was bringing, right, was trailblazing and leading the way for all Americans, right? This is not like, man.
And this is where I say the documentaries and the movies about them should come about. That's why I say that, because the real
Yeah.
history, but it's gonna ignite and it's gonna wake
What's
up.
unfortunate is that we don't have his voice.
Yeah,
We don't really
yeah.
have his voice.
We just got
And
we
so
just got a
whoever
skill set.
depicts Drew Ali, that voice would be known. You see what I'm saying?
Where's his family? You know what I'm saying? Did he have any kids?
So remember,
Children, rather. Might
I
I say,
know,
not kids.
right? I know that. Uh, damn, I can't say that he had any children. Um, I know that he had 3 wives.
Did he had any siblings, brothers or sisters?
Yes,
Who could
yes.
who has children today who can tell what the stories that they
There was
know
like a
about.
Fannie Mae Drew. There was a
Yeah,
couple of different people. Drew Ali is listed as an adopted son.
right.
All right, but he definitely grew up with some people. right? I don't know where these people are.
Is his birthright here in America,
But
or did he?
realize that everybody that know what Drew Ali came into this world with went against him.
Right. Right.
He was literally one of a kind.
Literally.
He said that I have evidence that when Noble Drew Ali was growing up, he identified as black. So it wasn't like his family knew anything of themselves anyway.
Right.
Because if he was identified as black, then the family that he was within was identified as the same.
Right.
And they weren't identified as Indians or Cherokee. They did not speak Slogi. They were not the Dene people. I'm
Was
just
he
throwing
Haitian?
things out there.
You know, was he a Haitian, Jamaican? What?
So,
You know.
again, I made mention in one of the newspaper articles that I had, he was recognized in the newspaper as an East Indian.
East Indian, yeah.
But now let's take into
Canadian.
consideration the East Indian Trading Company,
Right.
which was owned by the Dutch masters who were enslaving dark-skinned people.
Right. Yeah.
We get the West Indies from the West Indie Trading Company.
Yes. Okay.
So they identified him as an East Indian, which more than likely they're trying to say that he was a Negro.
Right.
And that his birthplace, again, was Norfolk, Virginia. In all of these other newspaper clippings, he was identified as a Negro. So Negro and East Indian. Now, the East Indians were called Ethiopians. And Drew Ali said we're not Ethiopian. He's making that distinction that Ethiopia as a demarcation line, actually, the Europeans started calling certain Indian people, East Indian people, right? The Naga, the Nagin people. They were calling them Ethiopians because of their dark complexion.
Okay.
So again, that's why Drew Ali's telling us we're not Ethiopians either. Not that we're not from the continent of Africa, but that we are those people, those Afro-Asiatics, so to speak.
Right.
They were called Ethiopians. We're not them, though. We're not Ethiopians. We're Moors. Right? So they called him East. And Drew Ali has a lot of Hindu culture behind him based on what he was. When he was being arrested, it said in the newspaper that he was found carrying books dealing with Eastern philosophy, right? And that they donated those books to a library in Newark, New Jersey. This is one of the reasons why it is my intention to find what actual library, right? And then lay claim on those books.
Right.
Because they were taken from him along with the crystal ball, right? Because that's what he was into at the time. Right. And he did 18 months in a federal prison for practicing medicine without a license, and for quote unquote voodoo. He did an 18-month stint. And I think he did at least 2 stints. This is before he became known.
So that tells me he was an herbalist.
Right.
That tells me that he was into the right diet, the proper diet.
So it shows me that Drew Ali was trying to do business, and he realized that, like, he found out that he needed a license to do it. So when he got back out, he established his organization so that he could license himself, because he was still out here selling them tinctures. Right. He was doing business as a medicine man, but he was doing it through his organization this time. Right. He has licenses. He already learned from that 18-month bid that you can't be out here doing that shit without a license.
If you want to sell incense and oils or whatever, you have to have a license for it.
You have to benefit. You have to contribute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm getting ready to go through now. I got to get my uh, um, small brewer's license, and get my logo trademarked and my name and all of that and my slogan and everything.
Absolutely. Business
LLC.
management and administration. Get all
Get
get your house in order.
exactly, exactly.
Once you are qualified, verified, and organized, you can now contribute
You
to
can do business.
society with your goods or your services as
Yeah,
well. You'll be able to employ others.
exactly.
If you're
And
not
that's the
going to
main goal.
employ them, you can at least be employed by those seeking to learn what you know, and then you could give them. You could have master classes on the things that you do, so that you can instill within them, right, those skills and or trades necessary, right, to
Yeah,
advance humanity.
yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Most
Generational
of us
wealth.
are running away from it when we're supposed to be running right into it. I use the
What?
scenario of the Matrix,
Yeah, and
right?
it's a rebellious ghost, like you say with us. He crazy. He calling himself white.
We're running from
Oh, he's a
something that's not
he's an
even
uncle.
there.
Yeah, yeah, he's an Uncle Tom because he love America. All this type of stuff is going on, but that's the wickedry
I
of
mean,
that devil. And
Uncle
it, and it,
Tom was the good guy.
exactly.
Simon
And
was the
this,
asshole.
and I was gonna say that if anybody read the book Uncle Tom's Cabin, they would know that, right?
Right. People be
So,
like,
so
oh, you Uncle Tom? I'm like, I mean,
you
yeah.
pay me homage. Yeah,
Right.
you
I'm
give me
like,
some
yeah, I'm
respect. We
definitely
was the
here
militant one.
to fucking
Uncle
help you,
Tom
and I
was the
play
militant.
stupid. I'll play a fool to catch a fool if it means helping you.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not no
You know,
Sambo out here. Yeah, I'll be Uncle Tom.
yeah,
I'll
exactly.
be Uncle Tom,
Exactly.
nigga.
Sambo, Stevenson, and Uncle Ruckus. That's what they mean.
Yeah,
Not Uncle
yes.
Tom. Not Uncle
Sambo is
Tom.
definitely Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah. You know.
And I don't remember I don't recall the name of the character that Samuel L. Jackson played in
Yeah,
Django.
Stevenson. He was Stevenson.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, Stevenson.
All right, yeah.
Yeah. That's
Uncle
them three.
Ruckus, Steven C. and
Yeah.
Sambo. Fucking right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
And,
shit's
and,
crazy.
but we don't know. Here's the other one we don't know. We don't know the young brother's name who gave up Nat Turner. See what I'm saying? What's his name? See, we don't know his name.
I know that Harriet Tubman, her
Well,
name wasn't even, her
she was a
name was,
spy.
yeah.
She
But
was a spy.
how many people are going to tell you that? You know what I mean? See, what I've learned for real is that the fear mongering
Yeah,
America,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
They will, uh, they will give you their token Negroes.
yeah, yeah,
So I hear Nat Turner, that's a token Negro. I
yeah,
hear W.E.B. Du Bois or Dubois. I hear
yeah,
Thurgood Marshall.
yeah,
I hear
yeah,
Martin Luther King.
yeah.
I hear
They give you
Malcolm
tokens.
X. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
these are token Negroes,
yeah, yeah.
right? The only time I hear, I don't hear anybody really venerate Marcus Garvey, so I know he wasn't no fucking agent.
Obama is the most
Yeah,
updated token.
I know
You know.
that. I know that I did not hear about Noble Drew. I heard Noble Drew Ali's name maybe once in the late '90s on a rap
And this
song,
is,
right? Hear me out. There
yeah,
was a rap group called Wu Tang,
yep. They
and one of its
5%.
members, Ghostface Killer, right?
Yeah, yeah,
In one of his lyrics, he says, "Black Noble Drew, I'm the Black Noble Drew Ali." Now,
They
I
five
would come to
percenters.
realize that you can't. That he shouldn't have said it like that anyway, because that's disrespectful.
Right. Yeah,
But
well,
I heard Drew Ali. I did not know who Drew Ali was until 2012.
hmm.
I never heard of that man. Now,
Well, you
mind you, I'm in
listen.
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was the second leading actual city or town or cosmopolitan area, second only to Chicago with the more Sans Temples of America.
You'll hear a lot of Killer Priest. He's another rapper. You know, he was before the Wu Tang.
Right. Did
You
he mention
had
Noble Drew Ali as well?
yeah. Listen to some of his stuff.
I will.
You had what's their names? Dead Prayers. They're another rap. These are all radical
I mean,
groups. That
I've even heard Nas make mention,
yeah. See, they all
right?
5%ers.
But
That's
I
why.
know why Nas makes mention of Noble. I found out that there is a Noble Drew Ali projects in Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Brooklyn,
And
New York, there's a project
yep. Yep.
named Noble Drew Ali. That's crazy to me because
Yeah.
I would have never known.
You would never know. You know.
And then when I started hearing about Drew Ali, I'd already had an Islamic foundation with Sunni Islam and
Right.
Salafi
Yeah.
Islam, which is
Right.
basically black hate Islam, right? Basic, we'll say elementary levels of
One on one. Yeah.
understanding, right?
Yeah. Right.
And so I learned the culture of Islam, according to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So I was very skeptical with anyone with the Nation of Islam or the 5% Nation of Gods and Earths, because the initial foundation of Islam that I got taught that anyone giving partners to Allah, right, they're called deviants and mushrikeens, right, those who associate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I came into this information, I was already hearing, oh yeah, the Moorish Americans, they're not Muslims. They're not Muslims because first of all, they call Allah the Father. Right? I had to get past all of that. I got past all of that very quickly, though, right?
Ideology.
Right. Because Father in Islam, in the Quran of Arabia, we hear of the people called Ahl al-Kitabi, right? Ahl al-Kitab means the people of the book. These are the Jews, the Christians, and anyone else who has received divine revelation from the same one God, right? And so if in the Christians they're calling him Abba, the Father, it's the same as me calling him the grantor, the sustainer, or Al Khalik, the creator, right? My father's my creator.
Right.
And my mother is also, they're in co-creation. But if my father doesn't plant that seed, I'm the seed that is in the body. I'm not the body. If my father doesn't plant that seed, I don't manifest.
You don't exist. Yeah.
Right. So I am truly whatever my father is.
Well, here's where I'm at. I'm not staying away from religion based on its meaning.
I jumped off the boat of religion.
Well, in this sense, mind you, it means to link back to. Okay, so let's go past the books, the Torah, the Quran.
Anytime you hear read, it means
Bible.
To return to.
Exactly.
To make a complete cycle and go back to.
Legion, read.
Legare.
You see, so now once again, I state that
What does
modern
legion
day
mean?
problems. Legion is back to, you got religion. Religion, the two words is a compound word, means to link back to.
Legion means a group. Anytime you deal with a legion, it's a whole bunch of something as one. We are legion, right? So religion means to come back to unify as one.
Exactly. So now, and this is why I say I'm where I'm at, because of the propaganda, because of the plants to divide the opposition, the people who's going to be in opposition. You go back to Noble Drew Ali's teaching. You go back to his teaching. Let's leave all of the other stuff out, and let's, like you say, hey, because it's wasted energy, right? To
I tell
continue
people,
to,
I would like to say, not just to camel back off of that, return to his teachings. And then with all the other teachings that we've learned, find out what is consistent with his teaching.
that way you weed out all of the BS. You get rid of all of the BS, and if you don't, and you find yourself arguing with yourself, that's that colonized mindset that you're
Period.
fighting still. That's all that is.
Period.
But now you know, and that's half the battle.
G.I. Joe.
You see, so now my gripe is not with no other man or woman; it's with myself in the
Period.
direction, because we got the blueprint.
Absolutely.
We got the blueprint. So, and that's what it is. And having the luxury of time is a beautiful thing, but let's start utilizing it a whole lot better. With that
Absolutely.
being with that being said, I'm gonna get off of this, and I'm always state what the order of the day is, which it always will be: nationality.
Right? That
Thank
economic
you.
security, that coming together. Absolutely.
Exactly.
I
Thank you, my
thank you for
brother
coming.
Islam.
I thank you for coming. I thank you for participating, brother Islam,
For
too.
sure. Peace.
All right, let me disconnect you so that you don't lose any points that you may have.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Oh, man, that was great. It makes me feel good to be able to talk to somebody, right? If no one else desires to come up, I will close out. You will be able to catch this, the recap, on the YouTube channel. The link is in the bio on this profile, right? As always, I'm just your brother man, come to show you the way to your own salvation. Worship not the man, but Allah alone. Allah, right here, right here, inside. Not none of this, right? Be your highest self. Be one with Allah, right? Nationalize, come together, right? And again, equity unto you all. Peace and love. There we go.